I ain't touching shit. We're good. We're good.
Oh my God, what a process that was. But I mean,
Hey,
we.
Mike, how are you?
Hey, Damo, how's it going? Long time no talk.
Good, man. Nice to see you again.
All right. Well, I think we're solid. You can see me, I can see you, we can hear each other good. Chat can hear you. I think we can begin. This is
Fantastic.
how
Let's do it.
most of my podcasts have begun is with technical difficulties. So it's not a mega cast, a mega double kicking cast without technical
It's a test.
difficulties. So first of all, thank you to everyone for coming in to the stream. Appreciate you guys. Damo appreciates it. And Damo, thank you very, very much to agreeing to do this. I know you love sharing your wisdom with people, and I and others love hearing it. So I'm like I keep saying, I really am excited for tonight. So thank you for doing this.
Yeah, anytime, anytime. And I've been looking forward to it all week. My wife can attest to that.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell
Cool.
yeah.
Pretty much all I've been talking about the last couple of days. Like, oh, I'm going to be on a podcast. It's it's never not exciting because especially these longer form ones because you never really know which direction it's going to go in, which is shit scary at the same time. But it's good. I'm looking forward to having a good chill chat and talking about a variety of things. I might even, if we have a moment, I might even show you how to cook toast properly and use Vegemite on there.
I mean,
So,
people might be interested in that. Might be.
right.
Might be. Um well, okay. So I want to begin this with like asking the questions that I mean, I'm sure a lot of people don't know. And I've talked to you a bunch over the last like what? It's been over 2 years now we've known each other. Um
2 years. Yeah.
I've we've talked a lot about our past, my past, your past, everything. I haven't heard much about like your early years of like starting music and all that. So what I want to hear about it. When and how did you start getting into music and drums? Was it drums initially?
No, it wasn't. Actually, I started drums quite late by comparison. I was about 14, 15 when I started playing drums, but I played instruments before that. So my father plays guitar and sings, was always around, like not professionally in bands. I did see him once or twice play, in the odd wedding band. He'd get up and play some songs. He used to always play at home. He'd have a guitar at home and he'd be sort of through his little amp and singing and stuff. And mum loves music too. There was always albums being played. I mean, this is a really common story for musicians, right? The parents were either musicians themselves or there was an environment where music was just always there. And that was my childhood for as far back as I can remember. Initially, like many people, I played recorder at school. And you've got to thank your parents for that because not only was recorder something that no one wants to play, but sure as hell isn't something that anyone wants to hear somebody play either. So,
Hey, I
but
I had fun playing it. Just saying.
yeah, but I think the whole point of that in the school syllabus is that you sort of identify those kids that have some musical aptitude. And so when I was around 9 or 10 years old, my school sort of said, "Hey, you should spend some money as parents and buy him a clarinet or a trumpet or a saxophone." So they had a choice of different instruments that I could play. And of course, as a 10-year-old, you don't know. You just know that you want something new. So I said, "Hey, I'll play clarinet," and that's how it was probably until I left school. So until I was about 17. So I played clarinet from the age of, I want to say I was about 11. I think probably 11 through to about 17 as part of the school curriculum. So I learned all about reading music. You learn some of that when you play recorder, but obviously it expands as you get older and learn more. I was in the school orchestra. I ended up captaining the school orchestra and becoming the conductor for the final year as well. So I learned a little bit about orchestration and that side of things. But it wasn't probably till I was about 13, 14 that my older brother brought home a drum kit. And I guess the problem with learning to play instruments at school is they give you, practice routines and your parents have to sign when you practiced and all that sort of stuff. And it really sucks the fun out of it,
The
and
homework
and
aspect of it. Yeah.
yeah, and I get why they do it because, when you have the surfboards and the karate outfits and all the other stuff that kids have to do when they're young, there's not going to be much time or emphasis put into playing music. It's just kind of a hobby. And I think even the schools assume that it's only going to be a hobby, but let's kind of make him do as much of this as we can. And we can talk about the benefits of doing music as a youngster, you know, the ability to be able to work in a group of people, to count, to listen, and all those things are there. But when you force a kid to practice, I think ultimately, unless they have a really strong passion for it, you're going to end up pushing them away sooner rather than later. So I was kind of on the outer with clarinet by the time I was about 14, still playing it, still doing the lessons and stuff. But look, my heart wasn't in it by that point. And so my brother brings home drums, which of course no parent wants their kid to do. And he started playing drums. But the thing I saw that was cool about it was not only was it something that he was doing that no one was forcing him to do, no one was following up, no one had any interest in him doing it aside from himself, so he could move at his own speed and do his own thing. But the drums were very much a part of all the music that I was actually listening to at the time. I was big into like glam, 80s rock. So it was the Poisons, Motley Crue's, Def Leppard's, and every one of those bands had a drummer. I could not tell you one band that I listened to that had a clarinet. So immediately there was a relationship to drums. And about a year after he had the drums, I remembered, you know, jumping on there when he's at work or when he's at school, and he'd come home sometimes before I knew it, and we'd have a big punch up and all this sort of stuff.
Do you touch my drums?
That's exactly what it was.
It was the scene from Step Brothers.
It's pretty much that. So he had the white power beat drum kit. It was like an entry level kit, but as far as I was concerned, that was like the shit. You know, it's a real drum kit in my house, and so we got into endless punch ups and wars over that. But I kept going back for a beating, and eventually, I don't know whether it was the pressure of me wanting to also play drums in the house, or whether he kind of drifted in the same way that I did when I was playing clarinet. But ultimately, he went on to guitar and became quite proficient at guitar, and I kept playing drums. So now we're at a circumstance where I'm like 15, he's 17. Nobody's wanting us, nobody's following us up. We're both playing our own instruments and doing it our own way. And I think that was the best thing, because then all of the successes that I would have from that point forward were mine. No one pushed me through that door. No one said, well, I got you there. Like, it was all on me. If I was going to make this work, it was going to be on me. If this was going to fail, it was going to be on me. And I think that was the best thing, because I am naturally kind of a motivated person. And if I'm into something, I'll tend to smother it. It's 100%, right? And so before I know it, out come the Metallica albums, out come all the albums that I'm listening to, and I'm learning to play this stuff by ear. Now, I have some musical knowledge by that point, so I'm able to sort of understand musically what's going on, rhythmically what's going on, because of my previous experience with other instruments. But for the most part, I'm self-taught, I'm learning by ear, right? And so that's the way it was for probably, well, actually since that point. But, after the age of 15, a lot of things happen. You start getting a driver's license. Here in Australia, you can do that just before you're 17. You start full-time work. All of these other pressures of life start to come in around about the time you become an adult. But for me, it was always drums. I was so into drums, and when you're so into drums and you don't have much else that you need to do at that point in your life, it kind of defines you, right? And so the more it went on, and the more people sort of knew me as a drummer, the more I wanted to be known as a drummer. And so it was just like this repeating cycle where that's what I am, because that's what people tell me I am. So that's what I am. And then people will tell me that that's what I am. And off it goes. And, I went down this huge rabbit hole of just becoming like this insanely focused drummer. Never really had any formal instruction, but, I had to learn everything. I was like, no, I have to learn how to read drum music. And, and now I have to learn how to play all of the rudiments. And now I have to learn how to teach people how to play as well. And before you know it, I'm a teacher. So, it gets to like the mid to late 90s, and I'm working in a music store, and I'm teaching, 50, 57, 58 kids a week. Most of them just beginners, but it still taught me, what's important from a drumming standpoint, because you can see all of a sudden what the kids don't have in their vocabulary as drummers. Like, oh, well, I need to teach them this, and they all seem to be missing this. So this is obviously important. Things like posture, things like, you have to learn how to play a double stroke roll, all the stuff that they might not be able to see is important for them. But because you're past that stage. And so you sort of go, oh, okay. But it's good because it makes you self-assess as well, right? And so now I'm sort of playing drums, teaching drums, using what I'm learning about teaching drums to change the way I play. And then all of a sudden, I start getting attention from brands. Well, in actual fact, I started bugging them to death, right? And then, of course, this is where we start talking about the things like the endorsements and working in music stores and all that sort of stuff that I'm sure we'll get to. But yeah, originally, although I've been exposed to music for a long period of time, it wasn't till I was about 14, 15 that drums really became something that I could do, and something that, it's something I always wanted to do, but I just wasn't exposed to it until my brother, brought that home, and I was like, oh man, this is my calling. So 14, 15 is pretty late, but often, given what I've done over that time, it clearly isn't too late, right? And I would even say that, if there's people in chat or people that sort of say, oh, I'm 55, 60 years old, is it too late to start drums? It's like, hell no. Because if what you want to get out of it is enjoyment, it's like it's never too late. Now, if you want to be in an 18-year-old band conquering the world and you're 65, well, yeah, maybe that's a little bit late. But, depending on your goals, and your goals should ultimately be just to have fun with this, because they are a recreational things. No one has to play music. No one has to, to learn an instrument. So you do it for fun. And there was a famous quote that I heard from a bass player named Dana Strum, who used to play in a band that I loved called Slaughter. And he said, if you're ever going to get into music, you don't ever do it for the money, because you're always going to put in far more than it's ever going to be worth. Like, there has to be more to it than just that. So if you start with enjoyment, you're good. And then you can learn at your own speed, and there's no right, there's no wrong, there's no, am I good enough? Or, you just learn at your own pace. And that's the beauty of it. It's about that discovery.
I 1000% agree with all of that. That's amazing. I love it. I love it. Like I really relate to that, because for me, I was exposed at a little bit of a younger age to music, and I did it purely out of passion for myself. I didn't really have like a family to expose me to it. They just kind of handed it to me, and they're like, "Here, do you like this?" And I said, "Yeah." And I motivated myself to learn stuff and all that. So that's pretty cool to hear that you were the same way, just a little bit deeper, where your family exposed you to the drums. So I love that, and I love the mind frame of you got to have fun first, because that's how I feel. Like doing what we do, like on stream, playing drums on stream. Like, of course we're trying to entertain, but before we can even entertain, we got to be having fun ourselves. And so that's why, for a guy like me, when I'm getting all these really hard song requests, it ends up not being fun, so it sucks the air out of the room. So like number one thing is for sure having fun and enjoying the experience, whether you're playing by yourself or playing with a band or learning a song or whatever. Like I love that.
And to be clear, like, my parents, I don't think that they put music in the house in order to get me interested in music. I think it was very much a subconscious thing, right? But in addition to that, because I had failed at pursuing clarinet, when I decided to take up drums, which most parents don't like anyway, it came off the back of me not pursuing another instrument before that. And so they were very skeptical. And this is around about the time that I'm starting to go to uni. And so as a responsible parent, they were saying, don't worry about drums, forget that, focus on your studies. And they're absolutely 100% right. But when that fire's in you, it's never going to go out, right? and I knew from my years of teaching that you have 50 students a week, maybe 45 of them will never touch drums after about a year or two. Maybe 2 or 3 of them might get into a band and do something. So the odds are definitely stacked against you. And there's certainly it's the case that there are a lot of challenges that come with learning an instrument, any instrument, finding the time, prioritizing when things like kids and home loans and all that sort of stuff become part of your everyday life. It's about finding that balance. And unfortunately, especially today, I don't think society values artistic types enough. Like, it's, back in the 80s and stuff, if you could get yourself into a band, you could make good money, and that would be all you would need to do. Now, if you put all your eggs in that basket, you got to really know what you're doing, and you need to know more than just how to play an instrument if you want to make that work. And we will probably definitely get into that later on, about the industry side and the money side of it. But start with enjoyment. That's the key, because when the pressures mount on you, you have to be loving what you're doing, or you will throw it away in no time at all.
Yeah, 1 million%. So like you obviously didn't enjoy clarinet and started enjoying drums and dove in deep at, I mean, you say a little late, but I mean, some say 7. When I started at 7, that's early. So I mean, that the late and early window is a pretty small window. So it like you said, it really doesn't matter when you start. But that's really cool that you know where that went. But now, like, how? So you started doing lessons before even taking lessons yourself. You just self-taught yourself everything from reading music to techniques and everything.
So reading music I knew how to do. And that was from my time at school, being in the concert band. Obviously, as a proper syllabus, there's an element of learning to read music. Now, of course, this was melodic. So this was to, treble clef, if anybody knows anything about staffs and that sort of stuff. So this is all about, middle C and sharps and flats and all that sort of stuff, which in hindsight was a good thing. Not very usable for me as a drummer, because those of you who read drum music will know that it actually works kind of a different way. It looks similar, but it doesn't represent the same things that you would if you saw those notes for a piano on a piece of music, for example.
It definitely helps with other aspects, though, like formula and things like that.
Yeah. For the most part, reading a quaver or a minimum or a semi-quaver or an eighth note or a quarter note is universal across all instruments. That's just timing. And that's obviously the drummer's job. But the notes on the staff, where they sit and what they represent, is obviously unique to drums to what it would be on other instruments. And so I had to kind of learn that relationship. But yeah, I already knew how to read music, so that was easy enough. And so one of the things I did a lot early on, and this was partly because not a lot of this existed, was I really tried to transcribe songs. And this is back in the day where, the internet was really only just coming to houses and becoming affordable. So this idea of going online and watching people do song breakdowns or to try and find sheet music for anything was unheard of. You had to buy the books. And as a 15-year-old, you ain't got money for those books. So you sit down and you get a piece of paper and you start learning to transcribe. And this was one of those lessons that I kind of did out of necessity that taught me to be very good at reading and writing drum music, because I had no other way. I wanted to transcribe music. I couldn't afford the books. And so I just had to learn how to do it for myself. And so I kind of knew how to read drum music and write drum music, because that was something that I was interested in doing. I knew there's multiple ways to teach a musician, and irrespective of what instrument you're playing, they need to learn how to listen to certain things within the music. They need to understand things like timing. They need to learn how to play to a metronome. These are universal things. So they're not specific to drums. But a lot of the early lessons for drum students is that it's like, here's a metronome, here's how you play to a metronome. And, I want you to hit this with your right hand and this with your left hand. And so you can start as a teacher with a couple of rudiments and a metronome, and off the kid goes. And you can teach them actually quite a lot. You're still learning yourself, obviously, but for what they need, you don't need to be particularly proficient. And in actual fact, this is a big point that I raise with on forums like Reddit, right? So I frequent the Reddit forums where people ask a whole lot of drum questions, and frequently you'll see the question come up saying, I'm going to be teaching students for the first time. What do I need to know? And my advice to them is always, you need to know how to communicate. That is much, much more important than knowing how to play, because there's very few situations where you're actually going to be going into that room with the student there and showing them how well you can play. You should be able to play a lot better than them. That's a given. That's why they're going to you for lessons. But if you can't convey the information they need to know clearly to that person, then you're never going to be a good teacher, right? You need to be able to communicate. And when I say need to be able to communicate, I'm also talking about being able to adapt your communication to whoever's sitting in that room. If it's somebody who's perhaps special needs, or maybe they're young, the information needs to be presented in a different way, sometimes multiple ways. For example, if I was teaching somebody how to play a basic rock beat, I might be able to say to somebody, okay, you're going to be playing 8 hits on your hi-hat. On the first note, you're going to hit a bass drum as well. On the third note, you're going to hit a snare drum as well, right? And so you can piece it together that way. And so then, even if they don't know anything about music necessarily, they can still coordinate that by counting up to 4 or counting up to 8, and they can put that beat together. So straight away, you've got something that they can go home and practice, right? Or you could say to them, well, you count 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and on 1 and 3, I want you to hit the bass drum at the same time, and on 2 and 4. So you explain it a slightly different way, but it's the same exercise. So often, and this is something else that I learned from teaching experience, you need to explain things different ways. You need to know different methods of putting forth the information. And this actually led to the beginnings of a book that I was writing at the time called Understanding Improvement. And what that was all about was that everybody needs to learn, but what you need to understand as someone who's learning is, how do I learn? Like how do I absorb the information quickest? Is it when someone explains it this way to me or this way to me? So as a player, not as a teacher now, but as a learner and as a player, you need to understand what makes you tick and what sort of things you need to have in order for you to be able to absorb information quickly. You'd know this, Mike, right? You'll have musicians that have played 10 years, but perhaps don't know much, but you'll have a kid that's like 8 years old that's been playing for 2, and it's seriously incredible how much they know. Part of that is to do with natural talent, but I believe that you could teach anybody any instrument. But when they can relate to what they're learning a certain way and they know how they absorb that information, then you can learn very quickly. And so I think that's a lesson everybody needs to learn. Don't just learn don't just identify what you know, but when you learn something quickly or when something really sticks in your head, try and figure out why that thing was learned quickly or why it stuck in your head. Was it delivered to you in a different way? Was it in a different format that you just objectively understand? That's really important, because then you can start taking shortcuts to getting better quickly.
Yeah, it's the concept of like for me, it's the concept of some people do better building something by reading the instructions versus some people do better by just watching a video. You know, you just verbally you put together the table like this, or you just like that's totally that concept.
Correct.
You know, like
Yeah, some
everyone
people have to
learns in a
write
different
everything
way.
down. Yeah, exactly. But as I said, you need to know how you work. What makes you tick and what makes you work. As a teacher, it's a bit more difficult because as a student who doesn't know much, they don't know that yet. And so you have to sort of say, well, let's try it this way, or let's try it this way. And it's clear to see. It's like night and day. You show them one way, it's nothing but confusion. You tweak the way you deliver that same information, all of a sudden it's easy for them. So, oh, wow, okay, fair enough. Let's go with this method moving forward, right?
That's me 1,000,000%. I'm plenty of people try. They're like, here, Mike, try this. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. They're like, okay, try this. Like, oh, you should have just explained it to me like I was 5.
Yeah. As an adult, as somebody who has musical experience, if I was to go and get lessons now, I would expect that I could tell the teacher the way that they should be showing me things. Not necessarily what I need to be shown,
but the way.
But I can identify the way that I'm going to learn this as quickest to make it best for everyone's time. Because believe it or not, teachers don't just want to take money and show you nothing. I mean, as a teacher myself, let me tell you, there's nothing that makes you prouder than seeing a student getting ahead with it and getting something out of it and becoming better. And, and it's like, yeah, I help them do that.
That's the goal. That's the true goal for sure.
Yeah.
Like
and,
as much as money could be a goal, like no, the goal is seeing the satisfaction of someone actually learning, you know?
Yeah. And the day that you tell them that you can't teach them anymore, that should be a good day in a teacher's mind, because it's like, I've filled you up with everything that I know and you're there now. Like, you've got to pursue it for yourself. You've got to become your own player. So, you should never be scared of that, especially like, there's this long held belief, like with guitarists and stuff, that they'll come up with this riff and they'll sort of hide it and won't show anyone the riff and stuff. And I think for drummers, by and large, we don't have that. Like, we love showing people what we know. Maybe not all of them, but there's an insecurity there that I don't think we need to have. It's like, you should feel good when someone is excelling. If a band that you gigged with for 20 years starts getting famous and yours doesn't, feel good for them. Don't get jealous. It's like, there's so much you just can't predict in the music industry anyway. Just, there's no time to be putting effort into getting sour or resentful, or, God knows there's enough challenges in being a musician as it is. It's like, you don't want to put hate on your side or guilt or remorse or any of that sort of stuff. It's like, it's your journey. You do what works for you. Your successes, therefore, will be yours to savor in, and just be proud of anyone that can make it, because it's just such a rare thing,
No, I completely agree. I think we both could see it as for what it is. I think it's just the natural human element of like competition and things like that. You know, everyone wants to be the best or better, you know, so it's just natural for people to get jealous about, you know, other bands, musicians, artists, and whatnot. It's just you got to be able to humble yourself and be able to appreciate what they've done versus, you know, just being bitter and, oh well, I wish I did that, I'm going to be jealous now. Yeah, it's
Well, I think it's
definitely.
natural to be competitive, and I think
Yeah,
that's a
well,
very good
that's what
thing.
I'm saying. It's just a very natural human thing. But the thing about it, like for you, and it's definitely struggles for me, and I think for any musician. But I think you've transcended to another level of being able to understand that humbleness of like I there is no competition. I know what I want and what I expect, and I'm just gonna do my best and keep flourishing, and that's awesome. And you know, I don't I don't think you've ever had that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think you've definitely been that way throughout your life and musical career, where it's like you've probably never really been like jealous of like a comrade or whatever around you succeeding in flourishing. You know, you've probably been probably their biggest supporters, you know. So
No, I've been insanely jealous at times, but I think part of that is, you know, when you have a very strong drive to succeed and you honestly believe you're doing everything right, and someone who works half as hard as you or not hard at all gets the opportunities that you're busting your ass for, it's very difficult not to feel some resentment. The thing is
but
that
you at
that's a
least
shortcoming with me.
understand what's going on.
Well, I think you learn very quickly that the industry is not necessarily fair, and if you're going to do things your way, that will often be at odds with what society thinks is the right way to go, right? But that has to be okay. And I think the older you get, the more you realize it's like, I probably am not going to have that opportunity, or I'm not going to be in the kind of band that I think will be in the charts because I don't even have an interest in that kind of music. So if you want to play obscure music and you want to be famous, how are you going to make those two things work? Never in history has a very obscure band been number one on the charts and stayed there. It just doesn't happen. You know, and we talk about this concept of selling out. It's like, well, no, again, you've got to understand what do you want to get out of it? Because there's always going to be compromise, but you have to know where you want to go with it. And that may very well change over time. But if you've got your heart set on doing some things and they don't go the way you want, you have to learn from that and you have to be able to change. You can't go into the industry going, I know everything because I'm smart or I'm experienced or I play drums really well. Because believe me, you're going to have your eyes open when you actually see how this industry runs or doesn't run. It's probably the better word for it. So, and so much of that is out of your control. It's the best thing you can do. And again, this is something I've had to learn when I was older, is that when people succeed where you don't, you have to understand that that isn't all on you. And it isn't all on them either. They didn't make themselves successful any more than you've made yourself a failure. It just is what it is, and there's only so much you can control. Be thankful that someone is still getting those opportunities because it tells you that those opportunities do still exist. What you've been fighting to achieve is not like this golden unicorn at the end of a rainbow. It's a real thing and it can and still does happen. Now, it may not happen to you, but the fact that someone you might know gets famous, that's a good thing. And sometimes you have to have the wisdom of age and experience and a hell of a lot of setbacks before you realize that it's okay to feel good about somebody getting where you didn't get to. It's not an easy thing to take on, especially when you're young, because you want it more than anything, you know. And it's even today, like it's hard to kind of not feel like you've been left out or that you've been dealt a raw deal when you can't have that. But it's just so random, Mike. It's not something you can actually build and say, I'm going to plan to be famous or I'm going to plan to sell 1 million albums. You can do everything right and still never get there. And so you can't put all your eggs in that basket. But don't feel bad or don't feel resentment for the people that do, because I'm sure they didn't think it was going to happen to them either, you know? It's just a good attitude to have, because then you can never be disappointed, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 1,000,000%. I agree. Um, well, um, first of all, thank you, boss, for the raid. Thank you for bringing the friends in. Hope you had a great stream. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything I've disagreed with you on. You just so I'm just you just
Well, thanks. We'll see you all next time.
no, it's good stuff. I love it. Yeah, I just love it. So what age did you actually start teaching at then? Because if you started learning drums all on your own and just have been playing, were you playing in bands before teaching, or were you just playing for yourself?
So the first time I actually played with a band, and this wasn't a band that was put together, it was actually people in my high school. There was a bass player by the name of Mary Karabatic. I won't forget this. We would go into the music theater after hours and we'd just jam, and it would usually be, Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin stuff and what have you. And she was learning bass. She was one of those disciplined musicians as well. Neither of us were really what you'd call the popular kids, but we were, reasonably social people and whatever. But we both pretty much shut down when it came to music. It's like, no, everyone go away. This is more about creating music. So we would spend an hour or two each Wednesday afternoon. I'd jump on the school drum kit, and the teachers, to their credit, would just let us go. And so, the two of us would be in there in this theater for 200 people. And it's just us on stage, the two of us, and we're just sort of practicing away for a while. And that really got me the bug of playing in bands. But no, when I started teaching, I didn't have what I'd call a formal band, like something that had a name and I was a permanent member, and we certainly weren't out gigging. So that didn't happen probably till I was about 18. So I started working in the music store around 1994. So I was in fact, I was probably about 19 at that point. And I was playing reasonably well by then, certainly well enough to teach basic kids. And one of the deals that music store had going, and this is pretty common in a music store, you buy a drum kit, you get 2 free lessons. And it used to be the store owner that did it. And he said to me, well, you're coming in part-time, you're selling drums. Do you want to take those 2 free lessons? And stupid me said, yeah, I'll do that. And it's like not realizing how much that would probably drive me to never want to play drums again. But I did. And so that's actually partly why I had so many students so early on, is because they kept coming in. They kept buying drums. And I was pretty good at selling drums, to be honest. And again, that was also where the whole endorsement thing came from. And we'll talk about endorsements, I'm sure. But, the fact that so many kids were coming past me to learn drums put a brand in a good position to promote their product through me, right? So that's where the endorsement thing came from ultimately. But I didn't form my first real band until probably 95. And that was the year that I first got endorsed, and that's where everything really started to sort of take off. So Syzygy, which some of you may know, that was my first band, and remains a band that is sort of still going of sorts today. But and that was, 2 guys from the music store that I was working at, right? Because that's kind of all I did at that age. It was like drive to part-time work and home and listen to music.
What age did you start working there?
So I would have been 19. I started, and so probably when I was 20, I would have been in my first band. So I was teaching around about the age of 19, in my first official band by 20.
Okay, I see.
And by that time, I've been playing probably about 5 years.
Yeah. So you start. I mean, did you guys weren't really gigging or anything at the time? You guys were just kind of doing your own thing, having fun, or recording it all?
We didn't even know how to get a gig. Like, how do you get a gig when you're just jamming in a music store? Like, what's that next step? And the
that's
first
where
gig
you guys
we
were jamming at the actual store.
Correct. So the store had some studios behind, and the guy that owned the studio, his son he was the keyboardist in my band, so we had free reign on that studio. It's
awesome.
Good to never have to pay for a rehearsal studio.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, man, you guys broke a string. Oh, let me walk across the hall.
Yeah. Oh well, no. When the stock that had to be paid for, because obviously.
Well, no, I know, but I mean, you didn't have to go anywhere.
We had a place to play.
Yeah, you had a place to play, and if you broke some sticks or needed strings or whatever, all right, let's go buy it in the next room and then come and jam on it. That's really cool.
And then the following year, 96, my guitarist was having his. Well, it wasn't his; it was a year down from him. But his high school were having like an end of year ball, and they're like, "We need a band." And of course, my guitarist is like, "Hey, I know a band. This has got to be the first and only time in history that a metal band has played at a school ball." But yeah, we did. And it was so funny because there was another local music store that was sponsoring this ball. And so they brought this massive stage and these 18-inch twin subs and these massive stacks, and it was put in a gymnasium, the absolute fucking worst place to put a PA system for about 50 kids, right? And they crank this thing, and we're on stage, and we're like 5 foot off the ground on this portable staging, and we've got like VHS footage of this, and man, it was hilarious. There was like a pit going, and the kids were stage diving, and so if you think you're gonna have fun as a band and that's your first gig, it's like, dude, you are never not going to be in a band for the rest of your life. This is just too much fun.
Oh my
and
God.
So, and we had 7 songs, and like it was all wrong. It was all wrong, but it was the absolute best moment. And that sort of perpetuated from there. So we literally, like the week after, it's like, how do we do another school ball? And before long, you realize that you shouldn't have been at the first one. You're certainly not getting more. And so we had to learn how to actually then approach venues and get gigs. And of course, this is where we talk about networking and, learning to go and watch other bands in the scene and figuring out how they do it. And there's no manual for this, right? As you know, so you kind of have to just learn from people that are doing it.
Yeah, you learn from scratch for sure. You just show up and you're like, wait, we're in a band. How do you? And they're like, oh, you just go talk to so-and-so. Yeah.
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 So we went out and we watched bands, which was kind of good because we were never into the clubbing scene, the doof, and there were plenty of live bands around. So you didn't have to go far to find a band to watch. And it's not long before you learn who the good bands are, and you can go and see why. You watch the crowd, totally getting into it, and you start to pick up things that they're doing that might not even be music or song related. It's just they might be choreographing movements, or they might be dressed a certain way, or there might be some lighting thing that they're doing after the third song that people just go nuts for, or whatever it may be. But you sort of look. So what you're actually learning here is about stage production, right? About performance, the unwritten rules of performance, and how to engage a crowd, and how to be a good front man, and all that sort of stuff. And you see this, and you see it working, and you see the things that aren't working, and then you can go back and you can start refining, how you're doing things to try and make yourself better. Now, we were in a bit of a nasty position because we were a 5-piece fully instrumental band playing stuff like in the same sort of style of a Dream Theater, and that stuff was not popular. In the early to mid 90s, it was all about Nirvana and Soundgarden and, stuff that rocked hard enough, but you don't ever want to put odd time signatures. You don't want to put guitar solos but that's what we all grew up on. Like, we all listened to Metallica and Steve Vai and Megadeth and, all the glam stuff. And that was all about solos and flashy stuff. And, and as we're getting better as musicians, we want to try playing more complex stuff because you feel that that's what you need to do to be a better musician at that stage, right? So you're doing all this polyrhythmic stuff and all this odd time stuff, and you're coming off stage happier than anybody who watched it because they're just like, what did you just play? We didn't get it, And you could like count the women in the crowd. It'd be a sausage fest at all of our gigs. And just usually other musicians, right? So you'd be at a gig and there'd be like 30 people watching you, and you're thinking you're having a great gig because there was only 20 the last time. And then you realize that the like 19 of them are like this, and they're the other musicians. Right? They didn't just come into the bar. They've come to suss you out and learn from you, right? So, but that was fine. But we were playing a style that was kind of, it wasn't in favor. And so it was hard for us to gain traction. It was hard for us to get gigs. So we had to become creative in how we did it, how we actually went about booking things. And that's a long story, but, everything from dressing up to choreographing movements to even not calling our gigs, but calling them parties because, not everyone wants to go to a gig, but everyone wants to go to a party, right? Things like that that you learn as you go to help you sell yourself a different way than ultimately what your music projects itself as. And there's a lot you can do with that.
Oh, yeah. No, totally. You guys, for those of you in the chat that might not know, what part of the world is this that you guys are starting to see shows at?
So this is in Perth. Well, technically it's Fremantle, but it's Perth, Western Australia. So therein lies the other problem when you don't really have internet much at that point. The whole global concept of music it's not anything like it is today, like not even close. Even getting a CD made was a very, very difficult and expensive, process. And we got screwed more than once on even doing that. Took all our money, and we'll get into that if you want. But yeah, we were in the arse end of nowhere playing music that nobody wanted to hear. It's like, hey guys, how about you give yourself a bigger challenge than that? Not possible. But we loved what we were doing, and as I said earlier, that needs to be enough. You have to love what you're doing, and if you're good enough at it and you're relaxed enough over time at doing it, then people will see that love that you have for it, and that's what they ultimately love about your music. The fact that you're into that and you love doing this music. It's not something you're doing because you want to get famous. It's not something you're doing because you think it's the latest fashionable trend of music. It's like, even if no one listens to this, we're still going to be in that rehearsal room playing that stuff and writing that stuff and gigging that stuff to 3 people if they're in the venue. It doesn't matter. We're just having fun, and I'm hanging out with good friends, and that's good enough.
Yeah, here. Been there, done that plenty of times, playing for 3 people, Just playing heavy music for 3 people, But then, you get your shows where there's 50 people or 200 people or a bunch, a lot of people. Then you get your 3-person shows. But it doesn't matter how many people are there as long as you're having fun and putting on a good show. Like, that's what
I'll tell you a really quick funny story. So we did this one gig that was it was literally a basement of a bar, and there was 7 people, and they gave us 1 jug of beer for the whole band, right? And it ended up being less than 7 people because that just happened to be one of those nights that the cops came in, and 2 of those kids were underage, and so they had to get kicked out. So there was like 5 of them. And seriously, 4 of them were bar staff, and the other person was the security guy on the door. Like, there was just no one there. But we didn't give a shit. We got a jug of beer, man. We're winning. We're moving up. We didn't pay for that jug of beer. That was complimentary. That's how you know you're doing well. Someone's giving you a jug of beer, which probably cost the venue about 4 cents. But if you had to pay for it.
I've been in plenty of bands where the biggest factor of the show is we get 2 free drinks, right? And then Mike, he doesn't drink, so we're splitting his drinks up with each, right? Like, been there, done that plenty of times.
Yeah, I'll have 2 drinks. I'll have 1 bottle of that and 1 bottle of that, thanks. 2 drinks, we're good. Yeah.
So,
but
no, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, mate. I was just going to say, like, that's there's such a discrepancy between what some venues think is generous and what others think is, like you'll have some bars that will say, hey, we're going to give you 2 drinks each, and we think that's extremely generous. And then you'll go and do like a gig out in the country. It's like, well, we're going to give you $2,000 each, and you can have this bottomless esky of drinks. Is that enough? You know what I mean? It's like, thank God there's no standard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there truly isn't. That's what's really wild about music and playing music. And it just, I don't know. It's really weird. There is no standard of, I mean, of course, there's ongoing rates when it comes to certain things, especially like a session player recording and things of that nature. But especially like on a more amateur level, like gigging, like, yeah, there's been plenty of gigs where you're either paying to play or you're making $2,000. Like it such a wide range of how it works, and it's really wild.
Yeah. We don't pay to play here. I don't know. Do you have like musicians unions and things over there?
There is. I don't know much about them. I've there was a drummer friend recently. I can't remember the exact details, but they were talking about how I don't know if it was a union, but some type of company. They were spreading awareness about how this like supposed like union type company was doing bad things, like they were hurting more bands than helping more bands, so they were like spreading awareness about it. So I think there is, and of course within saying that, there's of course the good ones that have the best interest to actually help bands, and then there's the people that are just trying to make some money off another thing that makes money, So
yeah, let me know if you ever find the good guys.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're out there, They're you've been in it way longer than me. There's plenty of people that are in the music industry and the music scenes that they're in it for the music. They're in it to get the music out there to the fans, to get the bands playing their passion. Like the one I'm thinking of, this one promoter around here. There's basically one promoter around this town that does a lot of the booking, and he's a saint, and he's truly Like he's not even a musician himself. He's just always been a promoter, a booker, and all the bands understand, or at least around here, they understand. Like he's the guy that you want to work with because he's in it for your best interests. You know what I mean? And that's what you got to find when you're a musician is you got to find those people that are in it for you, not for them. You know, like of course you want to help them. You want to make sure they're getting paid, whatever the circumstance. You want to make sure all parties are happy and successful. But you need to make sure that everyone's in it for everyone's best interest, not just for their own selfish bullshit, which there's a lot of.
Absolutely. And there is a structure, as you say, you've got promoters and agents and managers and all those sorts of things, and they're meant to be doing the best things ultimately for the band because, a band that's doing well benefits all of those people I just mentioned. And, none more than the venues they play at too, because, healthy audiences in a bar is what a bar needs. And well, really it needs them buying drinks, but when you're playing, rock music, that's a given. People are going to buy drinks. You got to keep them there.
Yeah.
But I think there's been, especially over the last maybe 15, 20 years, as the scene has collapsed, and I'm sure that you've probably seen elements of that where you are as well. I don't think that's isolated to where I live, but there's not a lot of money in it anymore. And so it's good in some ways because it means the sharks that were just there to take lots of money for nothing, they don't see the point of staying or sticking around, so they piss off. But it also means that the structure that we used to have, particularly with the advent of internet and people being able to contact people easily, the role of things like agents and promoters has kind of become a little bit confusing. And here, at least, we have scenarios now where you've got certain people trying to be all of those people in one, and that doesn't work. You mentioned a promoter, and I mean, I'd ask you, is the promoter that you're talking about, is he affiliated with certain venues? Does he book for venues, or does he align with bands?
So he runs like a booking agency. And it's not, this isn't
He's
like,
an agent.
he's an agent, but like when it comes to it, this isn't like some agency that it's not some money thing. There's not a profit being made. This is just literally, it's, I don't even know if it's technically a business. You know what I mean? He's just a booking agent that he puts together shows for the passion of, of making it happen. I'm sure he makes a little bit of money from it, but I don't think it's a I'm getting money in my pocket deal. It's I'm covering the expenses I've spent to make these shows happen, and so that's really
so part of the challenge there is when you have a promoter. Now traditionally a promoter is responsible for venues. They don't align themselves with a band at all. They have nothing to do with the band. Their job is to put a band into a venue, right? So if you think back in the old days, what used to happen was you would have let's say you would have your band manager, right? And Mike's band is coming to Australia. So your band will hire a tour manager in Australia. So somebody typically who lives here, who will look after your band. They'll make sure that you've got a bus. They'll make sure that you get to the venue on time. They'll make sure that you have, your accommodation, everything sort of. So that's your tour manager. And your tour manager will usually reach out to somebody called a booking agent. And so what the booking agent will do is once the band tells the booking agent what they want to make for doing these shows, the booking agent will contact promoters and he'll say, I have a band and we think that they're going to, Mike's band's going to fill 2,000 patrons per gig. So we're looking for promoters who look after venues that have a capacity of around 2,000. And they will literally put the bid out and they'll say, this is what the band wants to get paid. Whatever you want to put on top is up to you, but we want you to bid on that. And so a bunch of different promoters who look after different venues will start contacting the booking agent saying, well, Mike can come and play at my venue. And, this is what we'll do for promotion. And this is what we're going to do for the band. And we can organize this and this and this. So ultimately, the risk of that gig falls on the promoter, not the booking agent, not the tour manager, not your band manager, and certainly not you. It falls on the promoter. But if it's a really successful gig, well, he or she gets the windfall as well. So all of the risk is on the promoter. And so the promoter ultimately determines how that gig gets set up and what sort of posters get made and what time it's on and what day and all that sort of stuff. And so these promoters, as I said, they look after venues. So next week, that venue that you played that weekend of 2,000 people, that promoter's talking to another booking agent who's bringing over another band that could probably pull 2,000 people, and that promoter's trying to negotiate to get that gig as well. And so their job is to do what they can for that venue. Because all of these people in these chains have been dropping away and there's no money to pay them all, now you get a scenario, at least you do here, where booking agents try to be promoters. So the booking agents will say things like, hey, I'm gonna book bands for this venue, this venue, this venue, this venue, which is a promoter's role ultimately. But he also has bands under his wing. And so now where we live, we have a scenario where bands will contact agencies, right? And the agencies have dominion over certain venues. And so one of two things happen. If you're aligned with that agency, then they can give you gigs into venues without you having to contact that venue. You just go to your agent, say, hey, we want a gig, where can you put us? And if you're in favor with that particular agent, well, they'll say, yeah, let's put you in here or let's put you in here. So if you're playing regularly, particularly if you're doing covers and you want those weekend gigs every week without having to sell yourself every week, you can go to an agency to do that. The problem is, as a band, if you want to go direct to your local venue and get a gig and they're working with an agent, they won't have a bar of you. And so your ability to get work ultimately depends on who you're aligned with an agency. Now, again, if somebody is booking for venues, they actually shouldn't be aligned with bands themselves. They should be doing what the venue needs. And we've run into scenarios, and this is probably the same where you are, because I think it's the same everywhere, where the venue have bands playing that maybe aren't doing as good as they could for that particular venue. Like, you might have a country and western bar, for example, and the band maybe plays a couple of country songs, but they're a little bit old and they're not really a country band. And you can see they're not really a country band. And the crowd can tell that it's not really a country band. And you talk to the staff and the staff are like, yeah, we don't really like this band. It's like, well, why are they still here? And then you realize it's because, but we don't organize the entertainment. It's done by the agent. So this is one of those scenarios where the agent's putting in the bands that they want to put in because they want to appear to be generous to all of these bands they have under their wing, but they're not doing ultimately what's going to work for the venue. And this is where things start going wrong. And we've had this issue for so long. And then you get the other issue, of course, where if the agency's setting up the gig and they're telling you what the gig's going to pay, you don't actually know what the agency's being paid because you're getting paid through them. Now, there is an unwritten law here and probably in many places that the agencies will take probably 10 to 20%. And where that comes from is in the old days, prior to internet, if you were getting married and you wanted a certain band for your wedding and there was no internet, how would you find a band for your wedding? If you're not a musician, you don't know who to contact, but you can open the Yellow Pages. I'm sure you had the equivalent of a Yellow Pages. Probably was a Yellow Pages in the US as well.
Yep.
And you could ring somebody whose job it was to book bands for your event, right? That's what an agent used to do. And so they would find gigs for bands because people would ring them and say, hey, I need a band. And so you'd go and get this booking. You don't know anything about the client or anything. Your agent just rings you and says, hey, someone's rung us looking for a country band for a wedding. So you go, you do the wedding. And then once the gig's done, the agency will pay you a certain amount of money. But you don't know how much the client paid the agent. And so you're kind of going on faith that they're doing what they told you they're going to do, which is we're going to take 10 to 20% for what they call a spotter's fee or a booking fee. And provided you're okay with that, then it's all good. But what if they take more than that? Would you ever know? And unfortunately, there has been, especially as money's been becoming tighter and tighter, there are instances where some agents tell you two things. We pay you and don't talk directly to the client. And it's when you talk directly to the client that often you find out why.
Yeah.
Right? That this 10 to 20% is what they tell you, but they'll take more if and when they can. And that's not good. It's not a show of good faith. And so I have a very mature suspicion for agencies. I don't like dealing with them. And particularly with my ability to promote and market and manage, which I've had a lot of experience myself, I could do a lot of what they would do and possibly better by doing it myself. Now, I'm not big noting, but what I am saying is if an agent is looking after 20 bands, are they going to give you the attention and focus and promotion as what you could do individually for your band? No way in hell. They're doing the bare minimum to get that gig, right? So and again, we can talk about this, but bands, musicians, you need to be more than just a musician in today's world, because if you're ever going to get yourself a reasonable gig, if you ever want to get a support show, if you ever want to release albums and have them properly promoted, if you even just want to get in a cover band playing Bryan Adams tunes on weekends and have that a regular thing for a bit of pocket money, you have to learn about the industry. You have to know how to manage your band. You have to know how to promote your band. You have to know how to reach people. You have to understand what people like about your music and play on that. None of this has anything to do with you playing your instrument. But, 85 to 90% of all of my work off stage these days is not about practicing drums. It is about finding avenues to get myself more work where I can then practice drums and make some money from it. So it's long-winded and it's a big topic, but this is why I said earlier, you need to love what you're doing, because this is what music becomes. Once you start making it serious, it's a lot of shit that you never wanted to deal with when you started playing music. I just want to play music. It's like, that's good. But you have to also be happy to play music for yourself and yourself only, because if that's all you ever aspire to, then these dreams of playing in front of a big audience will never happen, because those things are constructed. They're not given to you as a reward for being a good player. You have to build that side of it yourself.
I completely agree, 1,000,000%. So I'll throw you this scenario. Yeah, we got Matt hanging out. It's good to see you, Matt.
I saw Matt. So Matt's the same. Like, Matt's been around the block. He's been a part of all of this. Yeah. Oh, look, and Matt, you'll be happy to know that I got ripped off severely no more than 3 weeks ago. Right? It's constant. It's not like, hey, I got to stop getting ripped off. It's like, hey, I got to realize I've got to try and figure out what I'm happy to be ripped off for, because it ain't going away. It's everywhere. You can't get them all. Well, but that's the industry.
Well, here, let me throw you how this town works, at least when it comes to in the scene that I'm around. The problem with this scene is there's only one, as in there's only one guy truly trying to make it happen, as in booking all the shows and all the bands, and there's only one venue. There's only been...
How many bands are there?
Hundreds, and this guy, he's not just working, he's not just doing local bands. He's working, he's doing local shows, he's doing national acts, he's putting them together, he's doing he does it all. And the problem is that, yeah, there's only, throughout the last 10, 15 years, there's only been one, if not two venues for most, unless it's a bigger name show, bigger name act. It's going to the Knitting Factory. Then the business. They have the A and B tier acts. Where
is that the same promoter?
No, that's its own. So. That's its own big. That's the big wigs. That's where Guar played. Steve Vai just played there. This guy that all the the bigger names that don't play at the arena. We got the local venues, which right now it's called, the one that's known around here is the Big Dipper. That's been around for years. It's been open, close, because of the scene's just kind of like this around here, And there's always only been one or two venues, and then there's only been one or two people that try to book shows, promote shows, all that shit. And anybody else that tries, they're doing it for the wrong reason. They're doing it for themselves. Where the one guy, he's in it for everyone, for the venue, the bands, the fans. He's doing it for that's hard to find, I think. And so I don't know. The scene's really weird here, and that's why that's a big reason why I've been out of it for a long time, because there's no motivation for me to pack up my gear. I've been playing shows around here for free for a long time, and I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it for the playing and the passion, and to get in front of people and all that good stuff, but I don't know. I don't know what, I'm sure there's plenty of towns that, they either don't have a scene at all, or they're a lot like this town, where there's only one or two venues and one or two guys actually making it happen, making the shows happen, and bringing the bands here, whether they're locally or not local. And so it's difficult,
Yeah, but also the other thing is that that bands sometimes don't know their own worth. And I heard you say that you play for free, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but it does set a precedent. And look, musicians, I don't think are valued enough as it is, right? It's another thing when you start getting played off against one another, and when you start playing, and maybe not for originals, I guess, because there is an inherent need and a want to play your music to an audience. And if you're playing for free, and if that means that the audience can come in for free, then there's other ways you can benefit from that other than just being straight up paid. You can bring merch, you can, have new followers on Insta, whatever it may be. But you're getting something out of it, right? You're not just doing it for nothing. So an example, we were approached by a staging company about 3 weeks ago, and they said, there's a New Year's Eve party that's being organised through this local council. So this is government funded, right? And normally my ears go like this whenever someone says government funded, because there's always like too much money and no place to spend it. So we're just like, hey. And so they were doing a New Year's Eve party, and it's on the beach, and they're getting in just two bands. And I'm like, well, this is cool because it's on a beach. And the only cooler thing was the gig would be over by 9 p.m., which means I could still do something up there. They're like, it's a 1 hour set. You come in, you play for 1 hour, you go home. How much would you charge? And so we're like, well, it's New Year's Eve. Traffic's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. We don't really need to be playing New Year's Eve. So let's go in reasonably high, but without being stupid. So anyway, so the council puts out a letter to this staging company and says, can you go find us some bands? And so they've put the word out to the bands, can you please give us a fee for what you want to do? And we're like, hey, we're great for this sort of gig. We do council shows all the time because we play covers so people know the songs. It's country music stuff, so it's family friendly. It's everything that they'd want. Anyway, we put in our fee. 3 days later, we get an email from the staging company, so the people that were approached to go and, build the stage, do the lighting, go and find the operators, find the bands. And I've never seen an email like this in my life. They said, we have decided not to continue with this event. I was like, okay. Why does somebody who wants to be part of that event, who isn't organizing it, just decide they don't want to be part of it? It's like, and they said, well, here's the thing. They said, it's really disappointing that this is the way that the council is treating performers. I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. So I read the email. So what had happened was the council had allocated $75,000, right? And for those who don't know in chat, putting on these kinds of shows is expensive. It's very expensive. Partly because you have to pay for what they call public liability insurance. So if somebody gets injured at your gig, someone's going to sue, right? You live in America, Mike. You know all about everybody suing everybody. That's not so much of a thing here, but let me tell you, it's going that way. So they have to cover themselves. So $75,000 is it's for a bunch of things. So it's for to have security at the event. It's to have parking available. It's to have traffic directors, and it's to have things like stalls set up. And part of that obviously is public liability insurance. There was nothing, zero, naught, nine yet in that budget for performers. They were expecting that the bands would fight amongst themselves to see who gets the privilege of playing to a large crowd on New Year's for zero, right? And you know what? They'll find those bands. They'll find those bands because there will be amateur bands that don't have exposure, that don't have anything, who play to two people in their backyard. Would you not go and do a gig to several thousand for free? No, because as I just said to you before, of course you'd do it because you can benefit from it in other ways. But all I see is exploitation. And part of me says, why on earth would an event that a council would want to have happening every year, why would they blow that by getting the worst possible bands, i.e. the ones that are willing to play for zero? Who would come back to that event the following year, right? The other thing is, you're a council. You have the money. Pay the artists. And the irony is, these same councils are the ones promoting these art exhibits, or go and see this. And they put on this front like they're all for art and all for artistic endeavors, but they're not willing to pay for it. And this has become the norm. It's like, and so this staging company that I'm telling you about, the beautiful thing they did is they said, if you're not going to pay bands, and because we know that some bands who shouldn't be doing that gig will do it for nothing, then we're going to pull out. And so not only can you not get a band, but you won't have staging, you won't have any organized services or anything going on. So they've essentially cut it off at the knees to save musicians from getting undercut by musos who will do it for free. So it can be very bad, and there's no limit to the size of the organization that will do this. There is no value on artists and musicians. As much as they might scream and shout and say that there is, at the end of the day, if you're valued, then you should be able to put a value on what you're doing, and people should be happy to pay it. So
that's something I have seen an awful lot of in recent years, where I feel like, and I think it's definitely like a venue based thing, if not venue, if not promoter, whatever whatever it is at the time. But there's a decline in talent in so many places because they're not going to pay real talent to come in and put on a good show. They'd rather just pay a band nothing to just show up and have a practice session,
why is that, Mike? In your opinion? I mean, I've got my reasons as to why I know that happened.
For
but
me,
what's your experience?
what I see is I feel like it's a greedy / lazy way to go about running a business, as in if it's a venue or I think more so like a restaurant thing. I've seen it with restaurants where they think, oh, just because we're a restaurant and we sell alcohol, we're going to throw any band in here and they're going to play, potentially bring people in, and they're going to drink, and we don't have to pay the band anything because they're just happy to play at our place. That's
Okay.
so I'm seeing just a laziness from like either the venue or restaurant or promoter or booker, whoever it is at the time. I'm just seeing laziness and an easy way out of, I don't have to try and I'm going to maybe win. And if I don't, I don't care. That's what how I kind of take some of it. And of course, another way to try to make more money somehow. I don't have to pay the band, so whatever would have been going towards the band, I can just pocket it. So that's how I kind of see a little bit of that outside perspective.
I look at it like this, right? I see it as a triangle. You've got your venues, you've got your bands, and you've got your audience. We call them punters for those who are not familiar with the term. So punters, the people who turn up to watch your show. Now, if all three of those things are firing, nobody's got any problem. But Mike, you would see this, and you couldn't be further away from me than anyone else. We are thousands of miles apart. Yet I would propose. Never been to Spokane, so I don't know, but I would propose that the venues that used to have your 5-piece bands now have duos or solo artists, or maybe nothing at all. And half of the bars in your town are turning into like doubling as restaurants. Right? Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, yeah. Basically, like any of the venues that have been around, they've turned into other businesses because they've died down because of numerous things. And that's part of the factor. Like one of the things that I've seen too, to elaborate more of what I was trying to say, I forgot to say this, is that with that being said, of like there's been a lack of talent that's being put out there because whomever is putting on shows and allowing anybody and everyone to play live, it's making people not want to go out and see local music at all. Like because whenever they go out, they're going out to see one, maybe two bands, and then on that bill there are other bands on that bill that either don't match like the style or just match the talent at all. You see the opening bands are just awful, like, just to be completely real. They don't know how to tune their instruments. It's everything's just bad. They're badly written music. They're not in just everything. And so allowing those type of bands to play and then letting a good band play after that is only hurting the venues, the promoters, everyone, because the fans are like, fuck this. I'm not going out to see shit bands when I just want to see this one band.
But
So
who?
and
Okay,
then
so
they're less inclined to want to like try to see new music because they're just going to assume that it's bad because their previous however many experiences have been really bad.
So this comes back to that triangle that I was talking about, right? So if you have a band, so we've got the venues, we've got the bands, and we've got the audience. Now, let's say the band starts either not pulling its weight, so the bands aren't good, or there aren't as many bands around, or there's not as many live gigs. So the band is actually the variable here that's coming under fire, let's say. Shit bands, right? Shit bands get a gig at a venue. What happens to the audience? Well, there's going to be less of them, right? Because they don't want to see that band, or they've seen that band too often, or whatever. But if there's an issue with the band side of things, eventually the venues don't get the punters. Venues don't get the punters, then you've got a choice. Usually the choice is we're going to pay less or we won't have bands at all. And they'll say things like, look, we tried bands, but it doesn't work, right? But let me propose this to you. If the band is good, is there more money to be made, if you're a venue, is there more money to be made by paying more for a good band and getting more people turning up to watch? Or is it more effective, is it more profitable for a venue to pay a very little amount for a band and take the money from fewer customers? What yields more money?
In my opinion, the better quality. You know, you pay for what you get for. You know, like it's just if everyone worked it as like, you know, take a job, a business where you need tools for your business. Are you going to go out and buy dirt cheap tools that are just going to keep breaking as you keep using them? No, because you're going to keep spending more money on tools and you're going to lose profit. Where if you just buy proper tools that get the job done first time, then you can keep moving on. It's the same concept for music, where if you just put out good stuff, people are going to be happy. They're going to want to keep coming back. And I think in all aspects of life, there's been quality control issues, from, you know, music to movies to business to this. There's just everything, because everyone's settling for whatever, you know. So it's
the problem I
understandable.
found, as we said before, musicians are not valued, and I think that is also true from a customer perspective. No one's paying for music anymore. In fact, the whole industry, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that the whole industry revenue model had to be overhauled like never before, you know, in the 90s. And once internet downloading became a thing, and we talked about the Napster and all that sort of stuff, people don't want to pay for music. And the other thing is, what that's done is it's forced musicians to think about how they can make money if that's their goal. And so I'm talking predominantly here about cover bands that are playing every week, you know, and are expecting to play every week. Because, you know, in an original band, it's not easy to do that. In fact, it's not good to do that if you only have one or two venues, because you're going to oversaturate those venues and then people are not going to come see you. So for a cover band, what I learned, and this is one of the other reasons why I recommend that drummers who love playing original music should at least spend some time playing covers, because you learn some things you can't learn from an original band. And one of those things is that even if you're a great band, people don't necessarily follow you from place to place. And when you play different venues, often the majority of the crowd is there because that's local to them. It's their local bar. They're not following you around to hear your same 30 or 40 songs a night. And so to pay a band more, knowing that most of the crowd is going to be there week in, week out anyway, is not something you can easily argue. And so the venues go, well, hey, hang on a second. If everyone's coming to our venue anyway, whether the bands are good or the bands are, then why are we paying a lot for a band? And that's actually the mentality that a lot of them take. There is another mentality with venues where they say, we don't even have time to find the best bands for our venue. Like if someone comes up, we'll give them a shot. And most venues don't have somebody working there whose job is go and find me the best band for this venue. Their job is to sell beer and sell drinks and meals, and they can't afford to be too focused on that. And I get it. And again, it's another reason why the bands need to be able to do that selling, right? Because ain't nobody doing it on your behalf. But if one of these things fails, if the venues don't promote or support the bands, then the bands disappear and the audience disappears, venue closes. If the bands don't do what they need to do, promote, put on a good show, then the venues die and the punters disappear. If the punters don't come to the venues to begin with, then the venues don't have bands, and then we all die. So any one of those things, if they ain't firing, everybody's going to suffer from it. So again, it comes back to this concept I was talking about, is you have to be across all of it. And ultimately, in my opinion, the internet has probably been the most destructive thing for live music. And I know that's probably going to be a hot take, but it was really, in my view, the catalyst which devalued music to the point where people can't even see what a better band is versus a not so good band. So you talked about people want to see a better band, but I would argue that a lot of people don't even know what is a better band. You said, oh, look, they've got shit songs or they can't tune their instruments. You'll be amazed how many people can't even recognize that. It's just crazy. Oh, there's something wrong with it. How many times has your band been called shit because the sound guy doesn't know what he's doing?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, we know that it's not our fault. We're playing great. But if all you can hear is kick drum, people go, oh, I didn't like the band. The drummer was too loud. No, he wasn't. You just don't know how it works.
You guys
It's
sound
like,
like shit. We couldn't hear the vocals.
Right. So you can't expect that people are going to be able to identify a better band from a not as good band, unless that not as good band is really shit, in which case somebody should have made sure they never got the gig in the first place.
There's
right?
been around here, I mean, I would make the honestly, thinking about it even deeper, I would make the argument that a big reason why a lot of the scene died around here is because it's parts of the scene is thriving, I will argue, but a lot of it did die off because of the lack of talent that kept appearing, and being relevant, like it was a known thing around this town where it's like, I'm not going to local shows anymore because they are terrible.
On the same token, we seem to have no shortage of people that would come up to us at a gig and say, when are you guys playing next year? And it's like, well, guys, we don't have a booking here. This is a one-off. If you want us to play more, talk to the venue. Like, we don't know like how the venue is operating necessarily. They might be going through agents or whatever. But I keep saying to punters, if you like what you see, you have to tell somebody, because that makes it easy for the venues to know which bands they want to get back, especially in a world like where you're living and where I'm living, where you have like one or two agencies that still have 50 bands. And that was great when you had 50 venues, because you could put every band in a venue every night and you'd be good. Now you've got two venues. So you have to rotate between 25 bands each week. And so it might be the case where your band doesn't get a gig for 4 months because the agent's trying to be fair to everybody who's still under their wing.
Yep.
And it's like, I know that works for you because it keeps the bands hanging off you as an agent. But the reality is, if the venue finds a band that they think works for that venue, you got to stop rotating the bands, guys. You got to get us in there every week so we can build. And that's one thing that does happen. If you find a good band in a good venue that is there regularly, you'll see over several weeks, it will start to build and it will work. But that model seems to be disappearing because there's too many bands, not enough venues. And so to keep every band happy, they rotate, and of course, big bands like 4 and 5 piece bands, especially now that bars are trying to become restaurants and daycare centers and everything in between to try and make their money, they don't want big bands in there. They're too loud. They just want it nice and chilled back. And so now it's duos, now it's solo performers, now it's, $10 steak night. Now it's, kids eat free. Like, kids eat free in a bar. Why are they even there? It's because they make more money, whether you like it or not. They'll make more money off food than they ever will off a band.
Yep.
That's just reality. So if your band was famous, or if it was 1980s where people would actually pay and they would pay good money to see a band, you could put $20 just for that person to walk into the bar. And the bar will still make a ton of money at the end of the night. But those days are gone, because I can go online like we're doing, and we could stream live performances, which I do, and you can watch live concerts on YouTube on demand when you want, how you want. So why would you pay to go and see a band? So it's been devalued just through the accessibility of music now, that it's hard for a band to justify why they should be charging what they're charging. So I don't blame venues for removing bands or cutting it down to two-piece bands or solo artists. Like, we are fighting in a very, very difficult cultural situation right now.
I mean, you can't blame anyone for any of this. At least when you can't blame anyone. The only ones you can blame are the ones trying to do bad. Like bad promoters who just are in it for themselves, or I guess bad bands. But even then, you can't even blame them because they're just trying to play. Like, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. They're just trying to do their thing. So Can't blame them.
I'm going to name drop a minute here. So I was fortunate enough in my travels to interview Thomas Hoke, which is the drummer from Meshuggah, right? Doing great guns now. They were quite big, but not sort of world famous when I interviewed him. And this was probably going back about, I want to say 2004, 2005. And we actually got onto the topic of internet sharing of music, right? Because this was just after the Napster thing. And I said, what's your take? Because, you're a big band and you're touring, but you're not a huge band. You're not a Metallica. And I've always come from the mindset, it's like, surely there's a positive in people being able to share your music, particularly if you're not as well known, because that's exposure when you're not able to even be on stage performing. And he said, look, the internet sharing thing for us is actually a positive. He says, but we can't make money from our albums even now. He said, bands pretty much have to tour these days. And again, these days, he's talking 2004. Bands have to tour these days. And he says, we make all our money from merch, right? And merch is a whole other thing because a lot of them don't even bring their merch with them anymore. What they do is they get it made locally. So, your Mike's band's coming out to, let's say event, Matt Skirfield's band's coming out to Australia. You want to sell merch. You don't bring it with you. You find a printing company in the town that you're going to be playing and you get it made and delivered so it's there for you when you want. But that's where the money is for musicians. It's in avenues other than their music, their CD. The CD is nothing more than a promotional tool these days. Do not ever expect to make money out of it. You have to find other ways of generating revenue for a band. You've learned this. Look at you. You're playing drums solo, live streaming on Twitch, and I guarantee you it's making more than you're making in any band probably that you've ever been in. Right. And that's going to change too in a couple of years' time. Who knows? Maybe that avenue is going to get sucked up and the royalties are going to be much lower, or maybe that won't be a viable way of making money in 5 years' time. But this is why I'm saying we need to be educated about the music scene. We need to be knowledgeable about places that we can make money if that's indeed our intention. And we've got to be on the ball and we've got to be willing to adapt and ready to adapt as those things change. That's why it's important, whether you like streaming or not, watch what's happening on live streams, because if that's gaining attention, then you want to be there and see what that's all about, whether it's right for you or not. Is this going to be something that maybe I could benefit from, right? And live streaming in general, like COVID made this a thing, right? Like we were streaming on Facebook as a band probably about 12 months before COVID. So we were getting into it and we'd had 3 or 4 live streams and they were great. We had people online talking, but then with COVID, no one could gig anymore. It's like, oh shit. Now we got no money coming in. It's all right for me. I got a full-time job, but 2 of the people in our band did nothing but play gigs. So all of a sudden there's no money coming in. And I said, look, there are other platforms that will actually pay you to perform or to stream, right? And this is where I ultimately came onto Twitch, I think maybe a month after you or a month before you. I think we were around about the same time, about 2 years ago. And since then, not only did I learn that this is a really, really cool platform to be on, but I also learned a bunch of other things. So I learned, for example, what you take the charts out of it. What do people actually want to listen to? What music do people actually want? Like example, I don't particularly care for System of a Down, right? Now I know that you like the band, but I come onto this stream and other people stream and there it is, people wanting to listen to System of a Down. Now you don't hear System of a Down on commercial radio or whatever. It's kind of like a has-been band, but it just goes to show you that what commercial stations are telling you is what people are listening to is not really what people are listening to. And this gets back to what I was saying before about knowing your audience, right? It opened my eyes when we went to online streaming. It's like, oh shit, now we can actually make some money out of this. Now I can expose my bands to people that have never seen my bands before. Now I know what kind of music people want to hear from our band. And that's been all positive. So now we're learning songs that people online have told us they want to hear. And we're going out and playing that in real venues. Songs that I'd never heard before, but obviously are popular. And we'll go and play them live. And it's like, holy shit, this song really worked. Right? So you get a very real ground level understanding of what your audience is about by being across all of these different avenues that you have at your disposal to make music and play music and expose music. So you have to have your ear to the ground listening to what's going on.
Yep. 1,000,000%. So let's come back a little bit. So how we got into the venue talk was I asked you if you started playing music, you started on clarinet, started playing drums, And then at the same time, around the same time, after starting working at the music store, you started jamming in a band. Then you guys started. You tried doing some gigs around the time. Like was it kind of slow in the beginning of just doing gigs, or did something start taking off with that? Like what was the process of beginning early band stages for you?
It was a domino effect, and it happened really quick because around '95, everybody was still going to watch bands. There was still good crowds, plenty of places to play. So it literally took us just either going to a venue and watching a band, figuring out who the manager was, or approaching the venue directly and saying, we want to play here. And we learned about the conditions and how that all works. And so the members of our band, usually me, would then go about booking a show. So I would talk to the venue manager. And this is a key point. Rather than saying, can we have a gig? What you say is, we want to put on a gig here on this date, and this is what we're thinking of doing. Like, you've got to come in with an idea. You can't ask for permission. You ask for a date.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I?
I mean,
Can I have a gig?
That's not a confident approach, is it?
No.
Can I please have a gig? It's like, dude, if you're begging, I'm going to throw you a sandwich. I'm not going to throw you a gig.
Change?
Yeah. But if you come in and you go, hey, our band's happening right now. Our band wasn't happening at all. Our band's happening right now. It's a shame you don't know about us. You don't know about us because we've only done one gig. You get what I'm saying? But perception is everything. You have to come across like you're famous before you're famous.
Yeah.
Now, the arrogance in me and the overconfidence in me, I was that guy. I was like, hey, we got this good band because we've done a gig and we're good for it and we want to play in your venue. And my calendar's pretty full, but I've got the 28th of October. So what I'm thinking is, we come in, we'll find 2 support bands who we know will be good for this gig as well, because, hey, they're happening too. And we'll do this, and we'll put on, say 8 to 11, we'll play 45 minutes each, blah, blah, blah. What do you think? And 9 times out of 10, they'll say something like, not that date, but what about this date? Because straight away, in terms of a discussion, you've taken the alpha role, right? I'm not letting you say no. I'm asking you to give me a date. It's the world of difference. The approach is everything, right? I'm talking about teachers, that ability to communicate. All works. This is all interconnected, right? You have to have confidence, sometimes overconfidence. But we'd be getting these gigs, and they were small bars, they're probably 50 to 100 people, and that was by design, mind you, because of course, if you book these shows and you can only fill these venues by a quarter, you're actually damaging yourself. So you have to be knowledgeable and have your expectations kind of set, but don't oversell yourself originally. Like, you've got to be confident, but make sure you're playing the right places. In other words, understand your audience. Are they willing to travel? Are you likely to have more than 100 of them? What are they willing to pay? Right? And then you go find venues that fit those things. So this is actually a promoter's role. This is what I would be doing as a promoter, right? So you would approach that venue and this venue and this venue because you think they're about right for where you are as a band, and you go and do these shows. And so, they'd be great shows. And over time, you'd be picking different support bands, and sometimes you'd organize a show and you wouldn't be the headlining act, purely because you want to get in good with that headlining act who you think is actually getting places, and then you go there with them, right? And so that's the way we played it for a long time, probably 6 or 7 years. I'd say we went around the local bars. We kept revisiting the same local bars. The owners of those bars, the managers of those bars, sometimes they would be responsible for bringing some Eastern States bands, so some touring bands over. Occasionally, they might even be involved with doing something for international bands when they come over. Well, hallelujah, we've got a connection with those people by this point. So we can start talking to them and go, hey, remember that great gig we did at this bar that you own or that you manage? I hear that this band's coming over, and I hear that you've got something to do with them. Have they picked a support band yet? We'd be really, really good for this. Oh, okay, yeah. And sometimes, in fact, more often than not, the bigger bands will bring their own support bands because they've got vested interest in doing that. But all of a sudden, the discussion has moved from how do we talk to the local bar manager to now we're talking to a tour manager, or now we're talking to, and it's the same conversations, but it's at a higher level, and there's more people involved, and there's bigger money involved, and there's better venues involved, and that's how the band grows, right? You can do quite well for yourself in a small venue, but you have to also know, how do we go the next step? And that's not always easy to figure out, right? By the way, especially now. But I think about some of the support shows we did, some of the biggest support shows, and the things that we did in order to secure those support shows. And it was never the one thing the whole time. It was always different things that appealed to different bands, but it was never our music for that. Just so you know, like I never sold a support show based on what we played. It was always other things, which ultimately came back to money at the end of the day. But
money and how well you could use your mouth, how well you can communicate.
Agreed.
So this is at the time that you guys, what band is this? Is this multiple bands at near the beginning, or is this one band really near the beginning?
So this is mid-90s. This is with Syzygy, my first and only original band at that point. This is the 5-piece instrumental band that plays music no one wants to hear. And as I said, we're doing okay. We're talking to venues. We're getting gigs. We're getting a bit of a following as that band that isn't doing what anyone else is doing. Like you're always going to have your nerd at the back that doesn't want to listen to commercial music. And so we're getting like a cult of nerds at the back of our gigs. But it's fine. Like everyone's got to have a place to go. So we're doing fine. Yeah, so this is with Syzygy. I'm not doing cover bands at that time. That was a dirty word in my vocabulary at this point in my career. It was all about originals. It was all about, honesty with yourself and all that sort of
stuff.
Pride, ego. But it was 100% original music and 100% driving just that one band at that point.
And so you're still working at the music store. How long did you work at this music store? Or at least...
So I worked at 2 music stores. The one that I've mentioned thus far, I worked until probably 2005. So I worked there for, a good, probably 10 years, actually more than that, probably about 11, 12 years. And then I moved to another music store, which was a much bigger music store, which had no drum department. And I was there to sell, a whole bunch of different things. And I did that for a further 10 years. Again, different level to the local mum and dad store. This was more like I guess a Guitar Center would be the closest equivalent that you have there. So we're talking a bigger store. Wasn't a chain store. It was still a privately owned store, but it sold everything and it put on signing events and in-store clinics and all that sort of stuff. Like it was bigger than just, here's a trumpet. You know what I mean? Like it had all the latest stuff, brochures and events, and it was in the community putting on like guitar competitions and doing all that sort of good stuff. So I moved to that store around 2005, but from probably about 94 right the way till 2015, I was involved in music retail just across 2 different stores.
So at the first store, now we've talked about this before, me and you personally, and I'm sure you have on stream, but I'm sure a lot of people here in chat and anybody watching the video on YouTube after the fact would like to know, like, you have worked with some very, very well-known musicians in your time, like from drummers to guitar players to everyone. Was it at the first music store that these kind of things started happening, or was it after the second one?
The second one.
That's where things really started. Is that where, like, you started meeting, like, where you started meeting, like, the Sabian people?
Yep, that was at the. Well, no, that would. Well, look, I always played Sabian. My sponsorship was in around 94, 95, which was at the first store. Because one of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to build the Sabian representation in that store. This is a small store. You're fitting probably 15 people in that store at any one time. But they had a little cymbal selection. And I said to the boss, and I said to the local Sabian representative, how do we get more cymbals in here? And for that matter, how do I get endorsed? Which was... Well, like that was imposter syndrome. Like I didn't deserve an endorsement. But remember, I said I did have 57 students. So he's thinking, if I give him some sort of benefit, then maybe he's selling Sabians to that kid over Zildjians or Paistis or any of those. And so that makes his figures look good because at the end of the month, he sold more Sabian to this store because I'm putting it in front of the kids. And so I ended up getting my endorsement in 95, but my initial engagements with Sabian, it wasn't actually the Sabian company, it was the wholesaler for Sabian, was in the first store. It was only when I got into the second store, post 2005, where they were putting on things like those events that I was talking about. If you're doing an in-store signing for, say, Kerry King from Slayer's, the reason Kerry King's even there is because Slayer's touring. And so all of a sudden you're talking to those people on that tour in order to get Kerry King in for an hour to do a signing. So then you start associating yourself with those people, but it was purely within a business contact. This wasn't me going, hey, can my band, can I meet you or whatever? You're doing it on behalf of your business. So I would say things like, hey, I noticed that Meshuggah's coming over for a tour. We'd love to get Thomas to do like an interview or a signing, and we'll get some Sabian symbols in the background. And so that's a business proposition. That's a case that's put forward. And so Sabian's like, well, we'd love you to do that because you've got this high name artist there in your town. You're going to get plenty of Sabian representation. So not only do they say yes, but they say, cool. We'll send you some posters and some brochures and we'll do a full display. So everybody gets on board, right? And it worked really, really well. And so it wasn't long before I set up sort of a bit of a routine where I would be behind these events. Not just me, other stores were doing it too, but within my store, I was the one contacting Sabian predominantly and saying to them, hey, there's another Sabian band touring. Can we get them in? Can we do a clinic? And, and then you learn how to put clinics on and what they charge.
This was all you.
This was all me. And so what ended up happening, to drag this out, not only was I putting on clinics, but because we were selling more Sabian because of a result of me putting on the clinics, there came a time where we actually opened a second store. And by this time, because I actually built the drum department. As I said, in the second store, there was no drum department. They hired me on to build the drum store, to say, what does it need, what brands? By the time we opened the second store, they came to me again and said, what do you want to do? And I said, you know what I want to do? I want to have a real big fuck off sized Sabian wall, like massive. I want to paint the whole wall red. And I was like, what am I thinking? Because the outlay on a business to have 200 Sabians sitting on a wall is not cheap, right? But Sabians are going gangbusters. And like we could still have 6 Zildjians and 4 pasty symbols there too, but this is going to be the Sabian store. So we built the Sabian wall. It was like 180 something symbols, I remember. And I sat there in the catalog one day picking every symbol that I think will sell, right? So I didn't just say, hey, just send me a selection. I'm like, no, these are the ones that I want because I know these symbols better than your wholesaler here. This is the one that this guy's going to want. This is the one that the metal guys are going to want. This is the sizing that they're going to want. So I built this 180 symbol wall. We built it. Sabian sends a representative from Sabian to come down, visit the store and take photos, right? And I'm like stoked. And he says to me, this is actually the biggest Sabian wall in the Southern Hemisphere, right? And so once a year, there is an invitation put out for all of the big retailers around the world to come and visit the manufacturers. And that year, they're like, the store you're working for is invited. Who are you going to send? It's like, yeah, who are you going to send, boss? Right? So I get to go. And so I went not only to Sabian, but we also went to Houston and visited the ProMark factory because they were actually under the same wholesaler in Australia. So the wholesaler that distributed Sabian also distributed ProMark and a whole bunch of other brands. So we went over there, we met the ProMark family, we met the Sabian family, and it's just, from then on, it's been really, really tight. And I couldn't have predicted or planned for it to work out that way. It's just the way that it worked out. I was fortunate enough to be in a position where I was in a store that had the cash flow and the forward thought to be able to get involved with more than just selling instruments, like to actually be a part of a community, to do things like in-store signings and drum clinics, which often don't make any money. They're actually often come at a cost and you don't recoup that cost. But you want to be ingrained in the community because when a kid decides he wants to buy another cymbal, and you've got 10 stores that you can buy it from, you want to know that he's going to come to your store because you've given something to them by putting on a clinic with his favorite drummer, or that's the philosophy. But you could want to do those things till you're blue in the face. If you don't have the resource or the know-how to do it, it's just never going to happen. So I was very fortunate. But also off the back of that, because I was doing a lot with Sabian, one of the things that ultimately happened was that I became a Sabian endorser as well. And so I'm what they call silver level endorsed, which is very nice and far more than I'm actually, far more than I should be given. But again, the endorsement is not given to me because I'm an amazing player. It's because of the influence I get to have by playing that product. And it's legit. You know, it's not, I'm not shilling the product. As I said, I've played Sabian since day number one. It just so turned out that when I wanted to push that on people and I wanted to show people how good that stuff was, that it snowballed. People liked what I had to say. They agreed with what I had to say. And then, of course, the company themselves got involved and I got to meet those guys and they ended up being like the most awesome people. And I just loved it more from there. You know, like it's genuine, but, you know, I got sponsored because I was the guy that was really putting this stuff in front of people more than a brochure could do or a YouTube clip, right? And people respected what I had to say. And so Sabian obviously thought, well, there's value in supporting this guy because he's doing good things for us. And that's resulting in more money coming back to Sabian. That's the business arrangement. That's how it works. That's how anything works in life. Even with bands, if you can convince people how your band is going to make money for everybody, you're going to have a shot.
Yeah.
You know, I know you like the band Epica, right? When I got into a later band, we got to support Epica. We'd done one show. We got that gig because I was able to talk to them about how much money they will make by having us on the bill. That's everything. It's money.
Well, it's money, but it's also it's how you present yourself too. Like you have the brain and the communication skills that it'd be you're beyond a salesman. You know, like there's a salesman and then there's people that can sell you stuff that you need, you know, like, and I think you have a quality that some other people you have a quality I dream of having. My way with word, I struggle with words, you know, so it's to be able to convey your feelings and ideas in the way that you do to where people want to either back you or work with you, that it's amazing. And that's, I'm sure there's other people out there in the world like you that have like musician endorsements purely because of like, you know, a salesman aspect, but like I'm sure it's pretty rare. Most people, I'm sure most people in chat are probably like, what, like how are you endorsed by Sabian now? Like you know, to put it in to a 5-year-old is you're endorsed because you sold the product versus playing the product. Most people would assume that, you know, when you play in an instrument or play a product that, you know, that's why your partnership is there, is because you're playing it and you're showcasing it, but you showcased it in another way that is probably a little bit more valuable than just some guy playing it on stage. You know, you're actually
I'm
in
passionate.
your ground level. You know, you're there when you're a guy watching, when you're a me watching some big name band play some badass gear. I'm like, man, I think I want to check out that gear. Then I got to go to the music store to check out that gear. There's no in between with that. You're the guy that's, here you go. Here's your stuff. So that's way more valuable to a company like Sabian than just a guy playing it on stage.
Selling is a skill, right? And it's a skill that people train themselves to do better. But you know, to your point, you are no less passionate about this stuff than I am. Like, I know that for a fact. But imagine now that not only are you passionate, but you're skilled at selling. How much better are you going to be than the average salesperson? And look, in sales, you're selling stuff a lot of the time that you don't want to sell, that you don't have any particular affiliation with or care for. But if you have a brand that you love and you're now able to sell, now imagine that you're passionate, you're knowledgeable, and you're articulate. You can now communicate what you love about the cymbals to people. All of a sudden, you don't have to sell at all. People will identify your passion for that, and they'll want it just because they want to feel like the way you do when you're talking about it.
Yep.
Right. And I said, for me, that's a genuine thing. Like, I love the brands that I play. I love drums. I'm not convincing anybody to play this brand or play this instrument. This is what I love, but I can tell you why I love it. And you might just fall in love with it for the same reason too. And so there's no shortage of people who are passionate, but I think if you are passionate and you're able to convey that passion and you're able to communicate, you know, with people, then it's easy for people to respect what you have to say, or at the very least identify with what you're saying, because it comes from a place of honesty, right? And so that's how I've sold. I've gone to sales training courses. God knows I've gone to so many of them, and I think they all get them wrong. They all get them wrong. They talk about, well, make sure that if you're within 9 feet of the customer, that you walk up and say hello. And the best selling tool is don't let them walk out the door without trying to throw in an add-on sale, and all this stuff that works if you really don't want to be selling. It's all the things you can do, like ad nauseum, to get more sales without trying. So what I'm saying is, if you're passionate about what you do, you'll sell it without trying. You don't have to think about, hey, make sure you add this on, because you're thinking about whether they actually need it when you're talking to them about it, right? Someone buys a cymbal or buys a pair of sticks. I'm like, how are you for drum heads? That's not something that I've been trained to say, hey, if they're buying sticks, they're going to hit a drum head, so you have to sell them a drum head. It's like, no, dude, it's like they're in the store. It's a convenience thing. I know if I'm buying drumsticks, do I need a new snare skin while I'm here? That's just a courtesy. And that's something that you would do if you were passionate about drums, because oftentimes, you leave the store, you forgot to get something, right? So it was easy for me to sell because I loved what I was doing, and I had an ability to communicate, which came from my time as teaching. So it worked. And I did that for 23 years I was doing retail. And it was beautiful because I learned about all sorts of drums. I learned about drum manufacture. I learned about cymbals. I learned about cymbal manufacture, what a thick cymbal does, what a thin cymbal does, what maple does, what birch does, what painting it red does versus painting it black. Like, you learn about all the different functions, fixtures, features of everything. And that's great, obviously, because then you can decide what you think is best based on real experience, right? I've never asked the question, should I buy a birch kit over a maple kit? Partly because I think that's bullshit anyway, but partly because I've tested them all. I've really tested them all. And so it's great for me, because I know when I buy something, I'm never going to be fed a line. I'm never going to be swayed by marketing. It's just, I know and love this stuff well enough, and I'm educated enough to be able to make good decisions. And when people see like all the good gear that I'm playing and they want to talk about that gear, I can talk about it from a quality and from a subjective musician's viewpoint. It's not being talked about as part of a sales strategy, because people don't have tolerance for much of that. Like, most people can pick somebody who's like a sales shill, right? It's pretty obvious these days. Like, you watch these adverts from the 60s and 70s, and it's so blatant, and people just like, hey, I trust this guy. It's like, you look at that now, it's like, dude, really? I think people are really sensitive to sales guys now, and they can spot a line from a mile away.
They've all been through it now. Or, I mean, most adults have been through it now. They've been into whatever kind of store. A mall. A mall is a big one, where, say you're walking down the mall and it's the middle kiosk, where it's the sunglasses hut or something like that. They're like, hey, you need some sunglasses? Like, no, I'm no.
And they know that shit doesn't work. So now they change their tack, right? So now you go into it to the store, and they're like, hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? You're like, oh shit. And you run. They know that if they try and place something in front of you and sell you something before they've even started, they got no chance. So now it's like, can I ask you a question? And that could be like, where's the toilet? Or where did you get your shirt? But now even people know, no random comes up to you and asks you a question. They either beat you up for your wallet, or you already know the person. If a random's coming up to you asking you a question in the middle of a shop, chances are they don't want a conversation. They want to sell you something.
Facts. Hard.
I mean, tell me it's not true, right? Tell me it's not true.
No, it's true. It's true. It's very true. And I mean, as much as you blame them, you can't, because it's their job.
Telemarketers will ring you, and telemarketers like, hi, I'm calling from the Red Cross. It's like, now they just go, hi, we're calling to see how you are today. I'm like, I don't care how I am today.
They're trying to get
and they
you
try
now.
and try.
Yeah.
And then you go to the next sales conference and they'll be saying, so when you answer the phone, you have to ask them how they are first. You're like, all these things, these are the guaranteed sales strategies. And like, guys, just give it up. Give it up,
Customer service, number one.
Funny. But yeah, I got out of the retail game because it became very much like the music industry, less money in it, people buying online versus going to the local store. So
when did you get out of it?
So I got out of it in 2015.
2015.
So
almost 10 years ago.
Yeah. And look, part of me had to go because look, anyone that's done retail in chat, hands up if you wanted to hurt somebody at the end of a retail day. Like it, yeah, right.
Yeah,
It
it's
drains you after a while because you're dealing with all kinds. And when I say all kinds, I mean you're also dealing with the kind that you never want to walk into and talk to again. And that's your daily job. And sometimes people can be absolute Karens and they can scream at you and do all this stuff. And you know 100% that you are not wrong. You know, people used to say the customer's always right. It's like, no,
no, they're not.
no. The customer always comes first, but the customer's never right. Right. But that's the game, right? So you have to swallow your pride. And after 10 years, or well, 10 years in one store and 15 in another, I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to do retail anymore. It just doesn't represent me. It's not what I'm about. I'm more than this now. I love helping people, but there's other ways to help people than selling them a product that you don't give a shit about. And so, you know, I moved on. There's also a very finite ceiling of income that you can make being in retail, and I felt that I had the knowledge to be able to get better paying jobs, and I needed to get better paying jobs. You know, you got to keep doing better for yourself, and so I left retail 2015. Haven't touched retail since, but I have kept in touch with a lot of the industry contacts, like the guys from Sabian and Promark, and a couple of others, some of the wholesalers around town, because that can actually still be beneficial to me, right? Like if my Twitch channel, for example, if my Twitch channel starts exploding for some reason, well, I've already got a contact at Sabian. I could ring them and say, hey, look, let's start doing what we were doing 20 years ago, but maybe in an online context. Can I help you, you know, do something more with your brand that maybe you guys are not thinking about that I'm in the middle of now and I'm seeing happening? Like all of this stuff, it all intertwines together. The band work, the management work, the selling and the contacts in the industry and the trying to get support gigs, and it all helps each other. The more you can learn about it, the better.
So can you? I'm sure you can say then that playing music definitely. I mean, of course, you're obviously passionate about music, but like it seemed, what I'm taking too is that you're not only passionate about playing it, but you're passionate about. It's not the selling aspect of the music that you're passionate. You're passionate about sharing and getting other people to play it as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I honestly believe that the things that I play and the stuff that I play is very enjoyable. I love it. And if people show me that they want to share in that love and that fun, I'll talk their ears off. Whatever you want. Like I said, I'm not aligned with brands necessarily. There may be contractual reasons for doing that at some point, like with Sabian. So you won't see me go on stage playing Zildjians, for example. But part of that is because I have a sponsorship agreement. But part of that is also I said I want to go on stage with Zildjian cymbals. And if you're sponsoring a brand that you don't love, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Get away.
Yeah.
Go hit up the brands that you want to be playing. And if they don't give you a sponsorship, play them anyway. Because you never know that maybe one day the opportunity will arise where they might see you as being valuable enough to put on their roster. Again, if that's what you even want.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
So can we talk about maybe some of the artists that you've worked with when you were in the music
Store?
stores? Like
Sure.
you sent me a big list of a lot of really good names of
Yeah.
artists you've worked with. Maybe like some highlights. Like who's a couple of your favorite guys you've worked with? I would assume maybe like a Thomas Lang is probably one of the faves.
Well, let's talk about the most fun.
Yeah, like fun, like fun,
Because
like yeah.
let's start it on a high note. The most fun. Oh, there's two guys that were the most fun. I think Dom Familaro, which if you know drums and drummers, he's not really a famous player in the sense that he's been with famous bands, but he's taught everyone, and he's what they call drumming's global ambassador. He goes around the world doing clinics, getting people. He's actually more of a motivational speaker than anything else, I think. But he gets people to feel that enjoyment of playing drums, right? And it's so what's the word? It's so addictive when you listen to this guy. Like he is so much fun, and he's probably the guy that I got the closest with because by the time I started, you know, we've put him in clinic a few times because he's good for everybody. And one of the last times he came over, I actually had him stay at my house, and you know, it was him and me and my wife and bottles of wine. And so like I put on the clinic but it just felt like some friends getting together. And when I ended up going to New York, he invited me to his house, and I got to see his studio and stuff. It's like, it was so cool. But he was so much fun, man. He's just like the apex of positivity. You just cannot not smile when he's in clinic. And he was a lovely guy, and ended up giving me his cymbals and stuff when he went away. And so there was him. And I got to say, Daniel Adair from Nickelback was the most fun, chill guy who was so excited to be doing an in-store signing.
And that's the drummer of Nickelback?
That's the drummer. So he used to be in a band called Three Doors Down.
Oh, okay.
But
So the drummer of Three Doors Down used to play for Nickelback? I had no idea of that.
well, he does play for Nickelback. I think he went from one to the other.
Okay.
3 days. I actually can't remember which one it was. But anyway, he was another one of these guys that was working in a music store and got picked up. But he came over with Nickelback, and I couldn't get him for a clinic. They didn't have time as part of their schedule. But we did say, we did agree to do an hour a signing where he'd just come in the store behind a booth, and we just get people to line up and play him. And so that was organized through Sabian, because he was a Sabian player. And I rang Sabian and I said, can we get him in a clinic? And so their artist relations person said, he doesn't have time, but what about a signing? I said, that's great, we'll do it. So we did a signing. I picked him up from his hotel. He was so excited, so excited. I was like, dude, you must have done a million of these things. He's like, you don't understand. He says, every time, everywhere we go, it's the Chad Kroger show. Like, it's all about Chad, the singer, right? No one cares about the drummer. No one, and I'm dying inside thinking, so you're telling me it doesn't matter how big the band gets, the drummer's never going to get any love, you know? Because at that time, it wasn't bigger than Nickelback. Like, we're talking mid 2000s, like 2005, 2006. Nickelback's freaking huge, right? And so I was like, oh God, is this as good as it gets? So he's like, I don't really know. He says, are many people going to turn up? I said, man, I think you'll be surprised. You know, I know you're playing for like a commercial band and stuff. I said, but you're a known drummer, and at the end of the day, it's a chance to get something signed from Nickelback. We turned up to the store. We were both in shock. There's a line down the street, right? It's all women, right? None of them drummers, right? And he starts signing. And he's got this grin on his face, just can't get rid of it. And so I check in with him about 30 minutes later. I was like, how you doing there, Dan? He's, oh, I'm good, man. I'm good. We're going great here. He's still on this high. He's signing away. I bring him a bottle of water. He keeps signing. The line's getting smaller, and then it's getting bigger as other people find out that there's a signing on with someone from Nickelback. And eventually we get through it like 2 hours after, right? He stayed back an extra hour, signed everything. I then dropped him off to the venue, and he's like, don't drop me in the front door, because like people are starting to already gather for the. I was like, dude, no, I would not do that, you know. So I drive him around the back. We go through. He's like, well, come in. And we end up going through the venue, and he walks me around through the staging setup, shows me all the backstage. They had like 2 drum kits coming up in the middle of the stage for like they did like an unplugged section, and showed me how all of that worked. And we were talking the road crew, and I've done a few of those kinds of things. You know, I even got to do that with Iron Maiden when they toured. And if you've seen their stage show, it's like, holy shit. But it's so cool that like these guys don't owe us anything. Like, you know, and we did pay him to do the signing, but it really wasn't much. But he was so accommodating and so much fun. And we were joking in the car about, you know, auto-tune and share. And we were having digs at Chad, the singer, and all that sort of stuff. He was telling me about how they write songs and how much of a professional he is and how much he doubles all the vocals and makes sure it. So you learn a whole lot just by talking to these guys. So Dom, definitely Dan was fantastic. Who else on that list was amazing? Oh, Randy Black from Destruction.
Oh.
Now, a lot of people don't know.
Is he the drummer or?
He's the drummer. So I didn't actually do anything in the music store with Randy Black, but I ended up being his drum tech one night. And honestly, I can't remember how the fuck that happened, but he didn't have a drum tech. You know, I think it was the Backline company that was supplying the drums.
Well, yeah. Well, you've told me before. For anyone that hasn't heard this before, you have provided kits, not only like rentals and things like that through the store, but you've had to you've provided your own personal gear for some of these badass known musicians to play on. Like who I'm trying to remember who played one of your nice kits back in the day. Was it Bozio?
Yeah. So the Stonewall kit, that one there. That was played by Steve Smith. of Journey, and see, this is where endorsements get tricky, right? Because he's a Sonor, he's actually one of the biggest Sonor players around, and Sonor is not a very well represented brand here, and so there was very limited option for him. Certainly couldn't get the kit that he wanted because he plays like, not unusual, I guess, but man, Sonor top end stuff, you might as well buy a car. It's that expensive.
Yep.
And so even the suppliers of Sonor drums, the wholesalers, they don't hold a lot of stock on hand because most people can't afford it. So when Steve Smith wanted to come over, and I don't remember why he was here actually. I think it was to do with the Ultimate Drummers Weekend, which is held over in Melbourne. And the organizer said, we're going to bring some of these artists over to Perth. And so it was him, Derek Roddy, and a couple of others. And it's like, well, Steve doesn't have a kit to play. And the wholesaler remembered that I'd bought a really, really nice kit. And he's like, Damo, your sizes are kind of what he wants. Do you mind? I'm like, do I mind? Dude, no worries. And they're like, look, we're going to send you all these drum skins because he plays like black dot skins and whatever. So take all your skins off. Steve just wants them just finger tight. Just drop the drums. He'll build the kit and just have the skins on it and just leave it there. And so that's how that happened. And so I wasn't actually even part of that clinic. I was just the guy called because I had the kit. And so, but that happens sometimes when you're in places like Perth where you can't always get what the artist needs. So you have to improvise a little bit. But most of the time, they'll either bring their gear or they'll be in touch with a hire company that has, drums. And that's what happened with Randy Black. So I think the hire company called me and said, oh, do you know anyone that can like roadie for him or drum tech? I'm like, well, I'm free tonight. I can do it. And I got friends in this rental industry, which is why they called me in the first place. And so I went down and I was his drum tech, and he was a lovely guy, really, really nice guy. And look, honestly, Mike, most of them are really nice. When you take the glitz away, when you take the fame and stuff, most of them just want to be left alone and just have a normal conversation without people becoming absolute loons in front of them, which happens too, and I've seen happen. I wouldn't say any of these people were bad. I wouldn't say any of these people were unprofessional. Most of them were extremely generous and extremely nice, and a whole lot of fun. Just looking at my list here. Kenny Aronoff was cool. Will Calhoun actually came here again recently. He was fantastic. Derek Roddy was lovely. Lovely
I could only imagine Derek being an awesome guy. He seems like a very, very well-mannered, humble guy, very chill, seemingly.
Yeah. He was great. He was just one of these guys that was just happy to be on tour. And we talked about, him in particular, because he's done interviews saying that part of the reason he stopped playing so much metal and touring was because after 6 months of being away from his family, he didn't make any money from it. Like there was just no money for it. So, this is a kind of guy that you'd think after a while would probably be a little bit sick of being 10,000 kilometers from home. But he was lovely. And he came out and hung with us. It's always good when they hang out with you as well, so that it's not just purely a professional context, and you have to sort of carry that air of professionalism when you're there. But when they're able to let their hair down and just hang with you, and that's when it's fun. And I've been, like I said, so fortunate to be able to talk with these guys in environments where they're not interviews or they're not some formal things where there's cameras on them and stuff like that. It's just you get to just talk to them in the car, and
it's the in-between shit.
Oh, it's the best stuff. It's the best stuff.
I agree. I've been there with some bands, like I've, especially, I've hung out with bands in my past, from playing in bands and things like that. But I mean, I've honestly done more meeting and hanging out with bands in the last couple of years from Twitch than ever, and it's really cool to be able to hang out with some of these guys that you either look up to or you just enjoy their music, and you get to know them on more of a personal level. It's truly humbling. It's really cool.
Very rarely is the person the artist. You know what I mean? Almost every single time, my perception of these people from what I've seen of them live always ends up being completely different, or at least significantly different from what they're actually like. Most of them are like you and I. They're just cool. They're chill. They want to have a laugh. They got things they like and don't like, and that's great.
They're just people.
But as I said before, sometimes when and usually when you're more famous, you'll run into people that are a little bit not all there, to be polite. And sometimes it's a bit like that retail story. Eventually you just get sick of the idiots. And I saw that when we were doing the Mike Portney signing. There were people that were so obsessed with Mike Portney, and I couldn't imagine there was anyone more than me at that point, but there were, and they were in the crowd, and they want one thing signed, and then they won't move on because they want something else signed, and they want a photo, and then they want this and that, and you can see they're just desperate to cling on to him. It's like, dude, just come on.
Let the guy breathe. No,
calm down.
I understand that. That's when I met the band Elaine. They stream here on Twitch. I met them when they played down in Portland. I went and saw them. There was a line for a meet and greet, and they knew I was there. They were waving to me on stage, like they were just as stoked to meet me as I was to meet them. It was really, really cool. And when I met them, it was really, really brief because it was like a line deal. It wasn't like an after the show. Well, it was after the show, but it wasn't like this big, like, oh, I'm going to hang out with them. I just was a part of the normal crowd of waiting to meet them and all that. And, you know, I got to get a hug and get a picture and all that, blah, blah, blah. But like, I made sure I wanted to talk to them longer, but I made sure I'm like, look, there's people behind me. I got my 2 minutes with you guys. I'm gonna bail so these guys can because there was a lot of people very, very, you know how people get with bands, you know, they get excited.
You get freaked out when people come up to you and they recognize you and want to say hi, and
no, because I don't really get
you're
that.
the celebrity all of a sudden. Come on.
There's literally only been once that I have been recognized as like whatever, as a streamer or whatever. It was when I went to a Fallujah show down in Portland. Another streamer friend, it was a couple, I believe, and we were in the parking lot. We may have been participating in some activities, you know what I'm saying? And and so I look over and I see these people like staring. They were staring at us like this. So I'm like, why the fuck are these guys staring at us? And then finally, during the show, they came up to me and they're like, "Hey, you're Mega Mike, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, we watched blah blah blah." It was like, "Oh, that was cool." You know, got a picture. You know, blah blah. But I don't
feel a spotlight come on, like boom.
Well, no. What was funny? It wasn't that. What was funny is that the whole interaction happened where they walked up. They were like, "Oh," and I was like, "Oh yeah," and I had a couple friends I was standing with and all that, but it was like this weird interaction of like they recognized me and then we got a picture and all that, and everyone at the venue noticed. Like it was in between bands, so everyone's just standing around drinking and all that. Everyone noticed. So after it happened, everyone in the crowd's like, "Who is this guy? Are we supposed to know this guy? This guy is someone. This guy is totally someone." Like
it was the guy with the award-winning beard.
It was pretty. It was really funny. It was really funny because for the rest of everyone's just who is this motherfucker? Yeah, but no, I don't. Yeah. I don't understand.
It's all about the beard. The beard alone commands respect. You should be giving signatures based on that award-winning beard. And for those that is an award. That is literally an award-winning beard. It's about as good as mine isn't. Do it, Mike. Do it.
I need to hang this on a wall. I need to hang this on a wall. Read it and weep roses.
Look at that. That is an award-winning beard.
It's only third place, okay? It's only third place in one category, okay? It wasn't third place overall. It's all right. I would think people would recognize me more by my calves than my beard.
But you don't have any awards for your calves yet, do you?
Not yet. We're working on it. I got to meet some of these people that you've met. We got to get connected.
Just keep working on those kicks. Once they break the sound barrier and you hear the boom, you'll be the first one to do it.
That's what I'm
pretty close.
I'm close.
You're almost there.
I'm close. We're pretty close. We're going to keep working on it.
Yeah.
Nice. So, okay, so then question we've kind of elaborated on this, and I have a little bit of an idea of this, but maybe for any drummers or musicians in the chat or in the post video, any advice you can give them for someone who's like me, who has been playing music for a long time, or maybe not even a long time, and I'm wanting to branch out and try to work with some companies. like you've worked with Sabian and other companies. What is some advice you could give someone like me of how to go about something like trying to approach a company in working with them?
Yeah, great question. So the first thing is you have to clearly identify what you want to get out of it. That's the first thing, because then you know if you're on track or off track with that. Right? Once you know what you want to get out of an endorsement, the next thing you've got to figure out is how do we make it mutually beneficial? And it's what everybody overlooks. Young kids think that being sponsored or being an endorser is some sort of reward for you being a certain level of player or being a certain level of famous. And that couldn't be more incorrect. Sponsored players are so because of their ability to generate revenue for the companies that they sponsor. Again, it all comes down to money. So identify, what do I want to get out of this sponsorship with this particular company? Question 2, how do I frame that in a way that makes it beneficial, usually financially, but makes it beneficial for both parties? Now, if you can't figure that second part out, you're not ready to be sponsored. And I hate saying that it's about the game more than the music, but that's it.
But it is.
That's the reality. Now, rarely, sometimes your band might find fame, sometimes unexpectedly, like Anthony Oliver, the Rich Men North of Richmond guy, or even local friends of mine, Voyager, who found themselves on the grand final of the Eurovision, and now they're doing interviews and TV shows, and like that literally happened in a 6-month period, right? And so what sometimes will happen is the companies will go, well, shit, these guys don't have they're not locked into any contracts or sponsorships. We need to get our brand in there because people are going to be listening to what they have to say. And so you do sometimes get approached, but man, it's rare. It's rarer than getting famous. So a lot of the time you have to let them know why you're a good thing for them. And so this comes down once again to your ability to communicate, right? What do you want? How do you make it beneficial for both parties? And the way to get that across could very well be different from company to company. So there's no right or wrong way. There's no formula for making that work. But those are the two sides of the coin you have to satisfy. Being honest with yourself about what you need to get out of it, right? And why is that important? Well, because maybe you don't need a sponsorship at all. Maybe that's going to slow you down more than it's going to help you out, right? If you're in a famous band and you're not sponsored, would you go to a brand and try to be sponsored in order to be famous? No, you're already famous. So you don't need it for that reason. Right? So you got to identify, what do I want to get out of this? What do I need to get out of this? What's it going to give me that I can't do myself or that I'm not at yet? Like I'm not at that level. These guys are going to help me get there, whatever that is. But the second thing is, now that I've identified that I want it from that company, how am I going to make it worthwhile for them? Now, I can't elaborate more on that. That is the formula. You get that right, there's not a company in the world that wouldn't root for you. But most of the time, you're not ready. You're either not ready or you're not able to make it worthwhile for them. And that's where you do need some level of success. Or as we're finding out in recent years, we're finding out that, your online presence has a bigger and bigger part of how they view you as an artist. It used to be, and I know that I won't mention, the brands because, obviously many that I still deal with, but there is at least one manufacturer that has said to me, we are opening up what they would call an online artist roster, because they're understanding that there's actually more influence through online celebrities than there are even in some of the famous bands that are playing around. If you're in a semi-famous band and you're touring as a drummer, you are potentially not as exposed to as many people as someone like a Samus is by being an online celebrity. And so that, even though Samus might be playing electronic drums, if they can be aligned with him, it's still ultimately money coming back to their brand. If the kids listen to what Samus is saying and want to buy that gear. So, it's not a case of I need to be in a famous band. The question is, can I make it worthwhile for the brand that I'm reaching out to? And if you can figure out how to make that stick, you can have an endorsement. But again, if there's no need for you to have an endorsement, or if you're not aware of the ways that endorsements can actually be a hindrance rather than a help, then you're probably still not ready to be endorsed. Like if you go and sponsor a small name brand, like you get like this custom snare drum builder, and all of a sudden you're touring overseas and something breaks on that snare, you've got no product support. They're not in that country, right? So do you want to be sponsored by someone who can't give you that support if you're touring a lot, right? All that sort of stuff. Because I know you'd be open to, to some sponsorships, Mike. We've spoken about this, right?
Yeah, I'd be open to a lot of different companies because I've used a lot of different products from different cymbals, different sticks, different skins, different drums. I've used a lot of the main ones. So we all know that gear's not cheap. And so for me, definitely one of the biggest motivations for trying to work with a company is to not have to spend as much on this expensive ass gear.
Not that you would ever tell them that, because if you say I want cheap gear, that's like instant cross through the page.
Yeah, but I mean that's obviously one of the biggest, I would assume one of the biggest motivators for any musician to want to work with a company is to be able to get some type of deal, on their product.
And who would be top of that list?
Who'd be top of that list for me? I mean, when it comes to drums, don't have a top. I mean, I've played Pearl. I've liked Pearl. I've played DW, like DW. I've never really messed around with Mapex. I've tried a little bit of Tama, Ludwig, Sonar. Like, I have more good things to say about all those companies than bad. Like, I'm sure there's, and honestly for me too, like I've never had really the experience to be able to just work with all these different gears. I've been very limited with like the gear that I've had. I've been a poor, broke musician relying on my parents to buy gear for half my life, and then I got older and had to start buying it on my own. And honestly, guess what? I've never bought a drum set for myself. I've been using the same drum set. I'm 33, and I've been using the same exact drum set that my dad and I bought. I told you this story. We paid $272 for the drum set that I currently have. And it's all because we had a $500, long story short, we had a $500 in-store credit due to some warranty that wasn't fulfilled on my pedals. And so what would have been, just under $800 for the drum set, it was just under $300. And so I've been using this same drum set for 15 years, over 15 years. Like, and so would say I haven't had the opportunity to be able to just try this gear and try that gear and so I honestly don't know what I like. And that's another reason why I would like to try to work with other companies, is because I would like to try more and see what I do like. I know there's some things that I like. I know I don't like Axis pedals when it comes to like pedals.
We can agree on that.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I mean, I don't say that they're not bad. They're just not for me. I know they work for others, and they just don't work for me. And I like DW, like Pearl. I really want to try those CKs. I've heard they're really heavy, but I really want to try them. That's one of those things I'm talking about. So that they are like the ultimate pedals, the CKs. But again, this is why it's important to answer that first question. Why would you want to be sponsoring those? Because it does mean that if that's what you have to play and you can't take them on a plane, but you have to play them, then you have to organize for them to be where you're going. And maybe that whole arrangement, as much as you want it, is not a good plan for what you do day to day, right? That sort of thing is what I mean. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that's why I like working with like a company like Pearl is probably like tits, because you need a kit. They're probably going to be able to provide it in most parts of the world.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
I've almost pulled the trigger on buying the brand new George Colias Pearl pedals that they put out.
Oh yeah.
Those,
yeah.
I mean, and that's.
Have you played them?
No, that's why I haven't bought them. Like that's another problem being a musician in like a town like Spokane, Washington. It's not a small town, but it's no big town. It's no LA. It's no Seattle. It's no this and that. There's music stores, but it's not like there's a mass production. There's not mass quantity of gear for everyone to just try. They got little bits of this and that, the standard, of course they got their DW 5000s and 9000s and Pearl eliminators and this and that to try for pedals. They got all the standard Sabian and Zildjian cymbal. We don't even have Meinl cymbals around here. Meinl's been really, really big around everywhere. It's pretty rare we see any Meinl cymbals in this town, like for sale.
Well, look, as long as the Colias pedals don't slow you down to his foot speed, you should be all right.
No,
I'm waiting for the mega pedal, the mega edition.
I really think I'm gonna just, unless I drive over, I'm waiting to hear from our friend Sam in chat. He lives over near the Seattle area, and I'm waiting to hear if he knows of like a Guitar Center or a store over there that might have a pair of those pedals for me to. I would drive over there just to try the pedals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's. But at the same time, I'm almost about to just say fuck it and just get them and treat it like car stuff, where it's like, well, I have my Corvette, but I also have a Mustang. I got my DWs, but I have my Pearls and I have my CK. Just have it all. Fuck it.
So I noticed in chat that Melza was saying a few things about go to the store, try some pedals out, and earlier I think they were talking about just reach out and try and get sponsorships that you want. And there is a risk in doing that, and the risk is that if you get rejected a few times, it kind of sticks. And so, and I think this is where the guys like Mike in your position, where it becomes difficult because you honestly don't know when you're ready to be ready for an endorsement, right? If you come from the mindset, I've got to be a certain amount of fame and stuff like that, then you will never feel ready for it, because you talk to all famous people, most of them say, I never would have thought it happened, and I can't pinpoint a time when I became famous. So you never really know when is the right time to reach out to your endorser companies. And at the same time, you also know that if you do it once or twice, or you do it too often and you keep getting rejected, not only is that bad for you, but it also means that other companies may see a reason not to do it as well. So it's tough to know. All I would say is, like I said, those two questions: why do you want to do it? How do you make it profitable for them? When you are confident at selling those two things from your perspective, then you're ready. There is a third element to it, and that third element is, how do I reach the people that need to see what I have to offer? And that's becoming increasingly more difficult. Going to your local store and asking for a sponsorship can work, or it can be the worst thing you ever do, because the stores have usually their own kind of sponsorship deals, which is not a manufacturer's sponsor deal. And they're very different things, right? Your store may say to you, hey, look, we know that you have people that come in and buy sticks because you're Mike, and you're known around Spokane. Everybody knows you and you're the guy. And if you tell everyone to come to the store, we'll give you half price sticks because you're doing the right thing for us. Now, these might be, I don't know, what sticks do you use, Mike?
Well, I've been using Vic Firth forever, but I've been rocking these. Somebody sent me these Scorpion sticks, and
right, okay.
I don't know. I think why I've been just stuck with these for a while, is because they're longer, in which I used to buy the Extreme 5Bs, from Vic Firth, a little bit longer. So yeah. I don't know. I've always loved Vic Firth.
Okay, so the store says to you, look, Mike, you use the Vic Firth 5Bs. We're going to give them to you half price. Now, usually what will happen is the store will do one of two things. Either they'll say, we'll give them to you half price and we'll just take a hit on that because you're going to be bringing so many kids in, we're going to make that money off, the people that you bring in. Or they might say, well, what we'll do is we'll order your sticks in specially when you need them. And the reason they do that is they'll ring the people that they buy them from, which is usually the wholesaler, and they'll try to negotiate getting a better price for themselves so that they can afford to give them to you half price without anybody losing any money, right? Now, if they do it that way, you could technically say, hey, I've got a Vic Firth endorsement, but Vic Firth doesn't know who you are. They don't care, right? They honestly don't know. So if you then tour interstate and you go and do a gig in New York City, all of a sudden you don't get your cheap Vic Firths. So it's a sponsorship, it's an endorsement, but it's a store level endorsement, or it's a wholesaler level endorsement, a distributor's endorsement. The endorsements that we typically think of as like the big level endorsements are manufacturers' endorsements, which means they will have a person at that company, let's say it's Sabian, where Sabian will deal with me directly and I'll deal with them directly. There'll be an artist relations person there that will make sure you have what you need. And if you need to buy cymbals, you don't buy them through a store. You ring Sabian and Sabian says, right, here's your new cymbal. We've dispatched it now. Go and deposit this amount of money into, and so there's an arrangement that's made between the people that actually make that stuff and you directly. So that's what you would call your typical full range endorsement. Most endorsements for people who are not really famous are this kind of store distributor relationship. And so by going to the store and setting that up, it's kind of a little bit hard to go then to the manufacturer afterwards and do the same thing. You're almost going behind the back of the store. And so, it can get complicated. Like I said, you want to learn everything about endorsements before you apply for one if you can, because it gets a little bit weird. Sometimes, you can't play this brand anymore, or you have to go to this store, or you can't deal with this particular band, or, and some of them are not nearly that stringent, but there are terms and conditions that come along with that. If you're at a certain level where, those decisions could make or break the profitability of those sponsoring companies.
Yeah, for me, like when it comes to like endorsements or anything like that, I've never felt that I could represent a company, at least when it comes to like at this point in time or in my past. I never have thought like, oh, I could obviously represent a cymbal company or a skin company, or I mean even a stick company. Like I've had smaller stick companies offer me offers before, but I never took them. Because I didn't know their products. I'm not just going to take some offer, you know what I mean? But I have felt for a very, very long time, and I'm sure a lot of people would agree, like if I could sell anything, it would be pedals. I know what I'm doing with my feet, and I know that if I am displaying good things, good technique, good sound, good this and that with, using pedals, like I've sold many DW pedals because that's what I've played for a long time.
I was just going to say, you said if I could sell anything, it's like, well, what makes you think you're not selling even right now?
I have sold many DW pedals purely because I have played them and people have seen me play them well.
Hands up, drummers in chat. Who thought that the swivel technique was impossible on a set of DW 9000s without having a longboard? Now I want to go and buy net. Look, I got a pair of DW 9000s and I look at them and they don't move half as fast as yours. And it's got to be the pedals. I'm being sarcastic. It's not the pedals. It's Mike and those Tomcat sound barrier calves of his. Well, but you know what I mean? It's just you being you has sales potential. You need to recognize that, and you do, and I know you do.
I've recognized it for a long time. I just don't know how to go about it because I know that if I was playing in some known band or if I had a bigger following here online, it would be a lot easier to approach a company. But where we are, I don't have that type of clout yet. Like we've talked, that's what's really important now is your online presence. And I mean, I've built a really good community here on Twitch, and I've built a small name for myself. Yeah, but am I to the point to where I can start approaching companies and be like, I don't know. Maybe if any though, pedals for sure, because that's what I am known for and what I'm good at is my feet, my double bass skills, and all that. So.
Yeah, and I'd agree. As you said, there's a question of exposure. Like, how do you get more people, like people outside of Twitch, people outside of YouTube, to acknowledge you or know you as that guy that has insanely good feet? I mean, there's a whole other bunch of skills that you have that maybe you're less aware of that I see, and I'm like, man, I wish I had those. But clearly, your feet are something that you've just mastered, and I'd say mastered in every sense of the word. There are guys that are touring around the world doing clinics based on their foot speed, and you'll eat them alive. So you've definitely got the skill, but maybe the exposure is not there. It's like, well, how do we do that? If someone doesn't watch YouTube and lives under a rock, or if somebody doesn't watch Twitch or somehow doesn't know your Twitch account, how do you get them over here? How do you reach those people? Right? They may be the questions that you want to be asking now, because it seems to only be an exposure thing. Like you've got everything else nailed. Like you're an entertaining person, you've got great technique, great skill. There wouldn't be a pedal company that wouldn't want to put their pedals under your feet, but you just haven't reached the audience to make it profitable for them to do so. That's that second part of the question.
Exactly.
So that if I were in your shoes, my goal would be, if I found a valid reason to be sponsored by a pedal company, question one, and I knew what that question was, then my second question, how do I make it worthwhile for them? Well, I've got to expose myself a lot more. Not physically, that probably wouldn't work so well, but you would need to expose your playing a lot more, which means your immediate focus should be on what are the mechanisms for generating interest, for promotional kinds of things, going online and looking at how bands promote, looking at how you can promote yourself as a person, how you do that well, how you expose to new markets, how do you run social media so that you can consolidate your work but hit more platforms with less effort and all that sort. That's the issue someone like you would have. It's you're just not exposed to that degree, and I don't blame you, because there's so much of that needs to be done. But you've taken your personality, your ability is already there. You just need the willingness to want to be sponsored, and then obviously work on the exposure so that by the time you do reach out to someone like a CK or a DW, ideally they already know who you are, or B, you can give them the statistics to clearly show them that they need to be working with you because it benefits them.
Yeah, that's the goal,
yeah,
right?
10K followers. As Melza said, 10K followers. We started a month apart. I have 1,700. You have 10,000.
Yeah, but I definitely have a lot more hours than you.
I suck.
No. The thing about me though that I have on a lot of streamers is that I've been able to put in the time because I have the time. I lost my job and I had money saved up to where it's like, all right, I'm putting everything I have into this. I've put everything.
And I know that you game a lot, so you're more variety. You've been breaking it up. You do the Pokemon thing. I mean, I could happily play Diablo 4 for the rest of the year, but I don't know that anyone would want to watch it. But but you're doing great, Mike. That's the point. You're like seriously great. You look at just about anyone, unless they came onto Twitch as someone who is already known for other reasons. I don't know of any other drum streamer on here, or any other musician, period, that has generated the following you have in the short period of time that you've been online. And that's just straight up. And I watch a lot of streamers. I mean, there's people in chat that, I visit your streams as I try and check it out as much as possible. But clearly, when people have the opportunity to either follow or not follow, watch or not watch, they're choosing to watch and subscribe to you. And I think that there's something in that. And maybe you identify what that is, maybe you don't. But you want to find out because it's powerful, right? It's literally given you 5 times the exposure and 5 times the followership of someone like me in a space of 2 years. Imagine what that could be in 10 years' time.
Yeah, that's
it's huge.
So what I've been trying to do, and that's the goal, and just try to make it happen. So then I can keep being happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I've been pretty happy in these last couple of years. I used to be a pretty angry, sad person, and it's still there. Don't get me wrong, but like being able to do what we do here on Twitch now has completely changed my life for the better, for just my happiness. I
mean, you can be happy with money and having lots of money. You can be happy with nothing. But I think what you want to have all the time is opportunity to do things.
Yeah. And I definitely have. I have the opportunity to do this with you and a lot of amazing people. Like I'm truly looking forward to the future of the channel and the podcast and just everything. I think it's just going to keep growing, and it's only going to keep growing though, and it's only going to get better through me learning through people like you, through the experiences that you guys have had and can share with people like me to be able to become successful in any way, shape, and form.
And musicians, ask for help. Ask for help. There's not a drummer alive that wouldn't give you the last pair of sticks that they have if you really needed it. But there's no shame in sort of saying, I don't understand this part of the industry, or I don't know how to play this drum beat. Can you show me? Can you help me?
Yeah.
When you don't do that, you miss out on opportunities for yourself to get one step ahead. There's no harm in asking for help.
Yeah. Here,
You
here.
can't know everything, and you can't do everything. There's just no time, not enough time in the world. You need to reach out and you need to help, and there's no shame in doing that. And most of the people that would help you would be happy to be helping you. So
You've been helping me since day one.
use those contacts, leverage your contacts to help yourself get ahead. No one's going to hate you for it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, here, here. Here, here. I agree. Well, enough about me. Let's get back to you. So we were talking about like musicians that like you've worked with and all that. I'm sure just we don't have to go in depth on that, but I did want to ask. You did establish pretty most of the people that you've worked with have been overall dudes or just good people. Um, with saying that, you don't have to name names or anything, and I don't want you to. You don't no need to. But I'm going to
Damn,
assume
there goes the fun.
there at least has been a small handful of musicians or like bigger name artists. Like, of course, there's smaller name artists that are like whatever they got egos, whatever. But it's I would assume it's more important with these bigger names. Like, have you dealt with some guys that are either some prima donnas or just kind of assholes?
Haven't we all? Yeah, yeah. But look, and there's two reasons for that. A lot of the time, I've misinterpreted these people, right? Where what I originally thought was, oh, this guy's a bit of a, you learn later on, it's like, now I understand why he was like that. And I'm a pretty forgiving guy like that. There are some people that are just divas. Yeah, it happens. And, sometimes they're well past their prime and still think that they are what they were 40 years ago or what have you. But, no one likes to let go. But yeah, there are some people that are challenging in terms of what they expect. And again, you can understand it. They're at a certain level. They expect a certain, level of professionalism, a certain level of quality. And I'm cool with all of that as long as they're also willing to understand other people's perspectives as well. Coming into somewhere like Perth, which is really, even on a map, it's the middle of nowhere. It's the only capital city for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. To come down here and then ask for Fijian spring water that pushes the friendship a little bit, right? But then sometimes they just want to know what they can get away with. And even they're not seriously expecting things like that. So you have to kind of judge these people and grade these people. It's like, is he serious or is he just taking the piss? Some people have a very sarcastic sense of humor, which comes across as being insulting. And then you sort of go, oh, well, no, especially if they're different culturally, like if they're from a different part of the world where there's a sort of a known thing that's the way they joke around and that's not a thing in your country, you have to learn to see past that, right? So most of the guys, as I said, have been great. There have been one or two that have been a little bit pedantic, a little bit arrogant, a little bit demanding in what they want. But I wouldn't say there isn't one person that I've got in that I wouldn't want to work with again.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Especially if I've only ever met them once, because sometimes you can get it wrong the first time, right?
Oh,
You really can.
1,000,000%.
You're stressed, they're stressed, everyone's rushed, and like the second time, hey, this is a completely different person. That's happened. So, and then that changes everything. It's very hard to get an accurate beat on people when you meet them for 20 minutes once, right? In the middle of a bigger thing that's going on. You think you meet Metallica for 30 seconds backstage, you meet them and that's who they are and that's everything they're about. Hell no. No way. You'll never get an accurate picture of people like that. But again, this whole industry, any industry that deals with anything that's fast moving or complicated, is everyone has a sort of a non-written rule just to be on your best behavior, be polite to people, be nice to people, because the people you meet up are the people you meet on the way down, right? That famous saying, if you're arrogant to people when you are getting famous and you let that go to your head, well, guess what? Those people you're arrogant to will probably have their shot and you might be past your prime when you meet them again. And how would you expect to be treated then? Right? You've got to be very careful in this industry. Don't burn your bridges because you're building enough of them. You don't want to start burning them down.
Yeah.
So no, most of them have been really, really nice. Some have been a bit strange. Some have been very different in terms of personalities, and some have been very unpredictable. But most have been, at worst, tolerable.
So what would you think? What do you think one of the most valuable pieces of information you've learned from one of these clinics you've put on? What do you think, like one or two of the most valuable lessons you've learned from doing these from these guys? Like, there's something that comes to
Oof.
mind.
I mean, obviously you learn a lot, right? The big lessons I learned from these guys is not really about their drumming. I mean, I know they're
Well, and
amazing
that's
players.
what I'm referring to. Like, we've been talking so much philosophies when it comes to the music industry and everything you've experienced. So what are some of the philosophies you've learned from some of these bigger names artists that some people in chat could take away?
I think people need to stop focusing so much on playing drums and practicing drums, and think more about what that leads to. Drums, rudiments, I mean, these things are tools. They're tools for you to do certain things, right? You want to learn a paradiddle? Great. But if you're asking me why I would use a paradiddle, then you're missing the point. It doesn't matter how fast you have your paradiddle. So paradiddle, for those who don't know, let me just back up a little here. Got my pad. So the way I would teach a paradiddle to kids, and sorry, Mike, this is getting a little bit off track, but
No, it's not.
I could say to people, a paradiddle is right, left, 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 left. Now, if you forget that pattern, we were talking before about different ways to explain the same thing. One of the things you can say is you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, but you're putting 3 and 4 on the same hand, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, swap it over, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a paradiddle, right? And when I'm teaching paradiddles, the way to do it, you'll reach a certain limit where you'll screw it up. Let's say it's double strokes, right? 2 hits on each hand. This is a classic rudiment that you learn. And teachers obsess over this with their students. You've got to learn your rudiments, right? So in order to get this fast and even, which is what most people want to do, they say to you, you start it slow and you sit there. It's all good advice. But you're going to have 2 limits that you reach. One of them is going to be a physical limit. That's where you can't physically play this thing any faster, or you can't move your hand over here quick enough. That's a physical limit, which has a certain type of lesson or series of lessons to help you get better at doing that. But most of the time we hit our mental limit first, and that's usually where the brain goes and you screw the pattern up. Right? So with double strokes, when you first start learning them, and it could be any pattern, but let's say double strokes, you start them slow, you keep them even, notice both hands are the same height, and you get it to a speed where it starts feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Mike knows what I'm talking about, right? Most people do. Where you feel like you're going to lose control of it. Maybe you're going to forget and do 3 hits on one hand instead of 2 or 1. And so when that sort of thing starts to happen, that's when you're approaching your mental limit. And so you dial it back, right? You'll reach a certain speed. It starts to feel uncomfortable. So you go a little slower and you sit there for like 5 minutes. And if you've done anything for 5 minutes, just doing the one thing, it's like an eternity. But what happens is you're training your muscles, right? And you're also training your brain. And so then when you push it up, you reach this new speed where things start to feel uncomfortable. Drop it back a bit and you hold it at that speed. After 5 minutes, you push it further, right? Further. Oh, feeling uncomfortable. Come back a bit. Push it a bit faster. Oh, come back a bit faster. And you build it up. So you're working both mental limits and physical limits. Now, drummers spend years doing this. But the question is, why would you do it? And they say, well, you got to have dexterity. It's like, that's great. But why would you use a double stroke? Right? And I think drumming overall, it really illustrates this concept. You can have the tools, you can have your double strokes, you can have all your speed, all your power, all of your different techniques, and they're all great. But what are you doing with them? When you build a house, you're using your ladder and your paint, and you don't thank the paintbrush when you build a nice house. The end result is what matters. And how you get there, actually, for the most part, doesn't matter. Why you learn double strokes and rudiments is so that if you want to express yourself a certain way, you have the tools to be able to do it. So, as another example, if you're looking at the paradiddle diddle, it's like, what the hell is that? Diddle means double. So the paradiddle diddle is para, so 1 on each hand, and then 2 on each hand. So it's a pattern of 6 notes.
My favorite.
So And I'm not playing it well because I'm not supposed to accent it, but. So great as a rudiment, but what do I do with it? Well, let's say, for example, you were playing jazz, right? Everybody knows the whole, right? The jazz ride cymbal pattern. And let's say you wanted to have this thing where I've got my jazz ride pattern, but what about if I wanted to have like ghost notes on my snare in between? All right, so that's going to sound like. It's a paradiddle diddle. But you didn't come from the, I've got to learn the pattern and then put it into the music. The thing is you had a musical idea which just happened to use a rudiment or some combination of rudiments to achieve the desired result that you wanted. So if I'm playing in a band and I'm doing a rock beat and I want to have a drum fill that goes dum 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 bang like that, and I'm filling in my hand, then it's dun, 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 dun. Now that is some combination of a rudiment. I don't know what it is, and for the most part, I don't care. The reality is I had this need to create a sound with my right hand, which can only be done if I've got some degree of competence doing doubles on my right hand. Now, I could try and go dum, 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 and go back and forth using one hand at a time. It's really not an efficient way to play it. So if I've got this thing in my head where I want to go dum, 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 I could do that with one hand, and it may use a combination of hands when I fill in on the left hand. But I don't think in terms of rudiments. I learn the rudiments so that this musical idea doesn't stump me when it comes down to the sticking, right? So it's kind of like the musical way to work back into applying rudiments. If you learn a paradiddle and then you go through 3 pages of exercises which use a paradiddle, it's good, but who said these 3 pages are where you're going to use it? And so for a lot of kids, especially when they come back as adults and they've learned how to play drums, they go, look, I learned on my rudiments, but I can just never put them into my playing. It's because you're trying to make the hammer build a house rather than having a house that you then build with the hammer. You've got to have the end goal in place. You've got to have the idea, and then these tools will help you realize that idea, or in the terms of drumming, express that idea without struggling, so that you have the dexterity to play whatever comes to mind straight away without thinking about it and without getting your hands tied up or making mistakes, right? So that's my philosophy on rudiments. But again, the drumming is a tool. The idea is to be musical. And I think at every step of the way, one of the big things about watching clinicians is they all sound so musical. And none of them really obsess over things like learning rudiments or making sure you get 11 hours practice a day. Now, they may do those things, but they never attribute their success or their identity to those things, because they realize, like, one of the best rudiment players is Todd Zuckerman. Have you seen this guy play? He has the best sounding drum fills. You just think, I'd look at it and go, I would never think of playing that. That's such a cool rhythm or a cool pattern.
Todd's
and
amazing.
Yes, he's amazing, but he's just like, I'm singing this pattern in my head, and it may turn out to be some weird 4-way coordinated thing. But the point is, he's not going to struggle to play it because he put all the time into the rudiments. But that's really philosophically what I've learned, is that there are things that you need to learn, and they're very mechanical in the beginning. But the goal is almost to forget them, right? You have to, at some point, if you're going to stand out in the crowd, if you're going to be a player who appreciates their own playing, then there has to come a time where you're playing from the heart or playing internally, where you're thinking of something and you're musical enough to just come out as it happens. It's a great feeling when you're jamming with musicians and you don't have anything set. It's all ad-libbed, and you can come out with stuff that isn't just the one drum beat or the one fill that you keep playing all the time, right? It's a really good feeling when you get to that. And that's what I think ultimately every drummer needs to get to, that point where they're just free flowing from the inside. And all the great players have that, and they all have their own way of doing that, which makes them amazing. But yeah, don't obsess over the mechanical stuff too much. I think that's probably the biggest lesson I've learned. Be okay with forgetting it.
I could see that being a huge point. You know, it's bottom line, it's not about the tool, it's about how you use it, you know. So many players, you know, they want to know how to, you know, I'm sure now that I'm learning double strokes and all that, they're going to be asking me about that, but everyone for years has been asking me about swivel technique and how to use it and this and that. It's like, look, just because I do it and it benefits me doesn't mean it's going to benefit you. Like, there's honestly not a lot of players that use swivel technique, and especially nowadays with how like at least where like extreme metal drumming is going, guys are using triggers and doing double strokes. They're you know they're and it's because they found a tool that they're able to utilize to make their playing not exactly better but more efficient. The thing that I've noticed with like learning double strokes now with like my feet is it's making me feeling like I'm getting more efficient because I'm saving energy by not doing this with my feet anymore. I'm just doing this. There's a way more fluid motion in just going up and down and throwing in a double stroke than going Mach speed doing this. There's a whole lot of lot of muscle strain going, a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Just exertion. I'm exerting myself, so I'm not able to perform as long, But now that and so it's funny to me when especially like a younger drummer or an inexperienced drummer tries to ask me about swivel technique. Oh, I want to learn that. How do I do? And it's like, for one, you might not even be ready for it, and for two, it might not be physically for you.
Yep.
It's a lot of drumming is very, very physical, and people need to understand how to use their body in correlation with their mind.
So one of the things I did was I learned a lot about how the body mechanics work, because you're absolutely right. There is an efficiency of motion that you need to learn and develop. And there's usually always better ways of playing the same thing. You pointed out the kick drum stuff, which is the double strokes thing is fairly new. Obviously, triggers have not been around for more than about 30, 40 years anyway. So this is sort of a new age of drumming thing.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is when you watch great players, they're always very fluid when they play. And and this is a big one. They always have a really big sound out of their drums, even though they're not hitting them hard. So for me, one of the sure signs of an unprofessional player is hitting the kit physically hard, because there's only so much volume you need out of a drum. And if you overplay that drum, you can actually hear it overplayed, especially with cymbals. When cymbals are hit too hard, they don't sound as good or as big as they sound if you hit them a little less hard. When you hit a drum, you want to hit the drum, but you want to allow the stick to come back, right? You can hear it. If I was to play, hear how that has a tone? If I was to close my hand, you get nothing. And a drum is kind of the same way, right? A drum has a certain amount of sound that comes out of it, and it's a certain kind of sound depending on how you hit it and where you hit it. But if you don't allow that stick to come back, it's kind of like hitting a trampoline and then not jumping. Everything just dies. So if you are one of these guys that just kind of holds your stick like this and goes like that for visual appeal, you'll get a loud hit, but you're actually not getting the most out of your drum. And if you watch guys in the studio, you'll find they don't use a lot of motion, but they're hitting the drum just in the right place with a good motion, and they're just pulling this fat sound out of the drums. And it's a well-known thing that if you get onto somebody else's drum kit, it won't sound like it did when they played it, because everybody plays drums a little bit differently, right? But your body mechanics is vital. For every motion in your body, there is at least two muscles that work in unison. One will contract and one will expand. So when I retract my arm like that, the bicep contracts, the tricep extends, and the opposite when I do that. Right? It's important to know that, because if you're getting aches in your body, you can tell a lot depending on where that ache is. For example, I'm getting a sore lower back. Okay, well, two muscles work together. What does your lower back do? Let's put this to chat. I'm sitting on my chair. My lower back is getting sore. Why is my lower back getting sore, people? And as a part B to that question, what is the opposing set of muscles to the ones in my lower back? Right? We talked about biceps and triceps being related. One contracts, one extends. What's the lower back version of that muscle? See if anyone can get it. Abs are the opposite, correct, Damon? So your abs and your back work together. If my lower back is sore, the reason it's sore is because it's contracting, right? If I grab this phone and I do this and hold it, eventually my bicep's going to be sore because it's contracted 100% of the time, right? If my back's hurting, then I'm assuming my back is contracted. Why would my back be contracted? Because I'm probably like this. Your head's heavy. My head's probably heavier than most people's, but your head is heavy. And so when you lean forward, your lower back keeps your spine from dropping. So if you sit with a posture that's forward, even though you don't feel it originally, your lower back is actually engaged and it's trying to keep you from falling over. Add about 2 to 3 hours of playing on that. Oh, right. Another example. Your drums are low. So what are you doing? You're leaning over to play them. Oh. So how do you rectify a sore back? Well, there's 2 things you can do. You lift your drums up so that they naturally fall where your hands are, right? The other thing you do is you make yourself sit upright. Having drums higher can force you to do that, but you see what it does? It puts my back. And so all of a sudden the head is sitting above my shoulders and there's almost like a straight line going all the way through me. And so what that means is my head and the weight of my upper body is neither forward nor back. So both of these muscle groups are neutral. If you're the kind of person that lean back when you play, and there's not many of them, but you would probably complain of sore abs after about 3 or 4 hours, because in this position, you're trying to keep yourself upright, right? So you need to be mindful of body mechanics and sort of say, well, if anything's hurting, it's either hurting because I'm physically hitting it, like holding your hands too hard and smashing them against the drum, or I'm probably using muscles that don't need to be used because my posture's not right, right? We see this a lot, people with a sore neck because they play with their shoulders up and don't realize they're doing it, or they have their arms flared out and they don't realize they're doing it. But again, you put 3 to 4 hours worth of playing on that shoulder, constantly doing that, it's like isometrics. It's going to hurt. So when I teach students, it's arms down by your side, lift at the elbows. That's where you want to be. It's like sitting at a keyboard, same thing. And if you can't put drumsticks in your hand and play the same way you sit at a keyboard, something's not right with your posture, right? All those little things make a huge difference, and it makes you a more fluid player. Because let's assume, for example, that you've got your elbows flared out and your shoulders are engaged. What about if you need to do something in your kit that actually needs your shoulders, like hitting a cymbal up here or something like that? Well, it's already being engaged, so this is not as efficient as it can be. If it's not being used, if it doesn't need to be used, it shouldn't be being used, right? Arms by your side takes that away. It keeps the shoulders ready for when they do need to move, right? Playing in front of a mirror is one of the things they tell kids to do all the time, because it allows you to look at yourself independently and go, if I was watching myself as a drummer, what looks weird about the way I'm playing? Right? That sort of stuff. And that, ironically, is the stuff that you learn alongside your paradiddles and all that really boring mechanical stuff. So, what I said earlier is not to take any value away from that. You've got to get that stuff right. But the ultimate goal is to be doing what you need to be doing without having to think about that stuff or practice that stuff. And it's a long game, right? We're talking, I've been playing nearly 35 years, and there are things that I do very, very poorly that I need to correct. But it's all about prioritization. I wish I could be faster on my feet, but I'm playing in a country band. So how much importance am I really going to put on that versus being better at playing a good train beat on my snare, right? In limited time, limited opportunities, you've got to play what you need to play to get the job done. And this is where a lot of famous players that I've met in clinic, and I guess one of the other big philosophies that I've learned. And Chris Adler actually said this on one of the Modern Drummer videos, that he said that as you're playing around with different bands, doing different things, you're going to get good at some things and you're going to become shit on other things. Things that maybe you used to be able to do really, really well. And that's okay, because, he says, as long as it's still fun, it's all good. I could count 100 different things that I learned that I was really good at playing when I was younger, but I just haven't needed them. And honestly, I haven't felt bad for losing them, because there are other things I've had to learn that I couldn't do before that I now need for the way that I'm playing. I'm a very different player to where I was when I was, 17, 18. I don't want the same things from my drumming. I can do a lot of things that I couldn't do at 17, and there were things I could do at 17 that I just can't do now. But I'm happy where I am as a player, because of, there's a certain goal that I want to get to, and there are certain things that I think are more important to my playing now than they were when I was 17. And so I'm just a different drummer that's matured along a different line. And I didn't know what that line was. It was something that sort of developed itself as I went. And of course your listening changes as you're becoming that player as well. So, but don't ever limit yourself to just playing one thing too, because that also limits that growth. Don't just listen to metal if you like metal. listen to all sorts of different styles. Listen to metal that everyone says is universally bad. Understand why those styles work. One of the best things about playing in a cover band, when you see an audience that's moving and shaking, understand why that's working. Use that when you write your own songs. Oh, well, I've noticed the tempo is about 108 beats a minute. Whenever that's got that tempo around about there, then everyone can dance to it and move along. I hate this song, but I've identified that at 108, everyone reacts to it. So let's go and write a song at 108. That sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, just be exposed to it all. Because if people didn't find something to like in all styles of music, we wouldn't have all styles of music, right? So take what you can from the things that work and constantly be willing to refine what you do to get the best out of it. It's too philosophical, right?
No, amazing advice. Amazing advice. I mean, one of the biggest things to touch up on things that you were talking about, I mean, two of the biggest things that I would, like, if I were to teach, two of the biggest things that I would try to be teaching is, one, posture. Like, posture is so important. How high or low is your seat? Where are your legs sitting? Where are your hands sitting? Where, your back. I'm sure you've seen it. I've been complimented a lot in my playing of they're like, Mike, your posture is so good. And I know it's not always the best, but
I know why that is too.
Wait, what?
I know why that is. I know why you have good posture.
Why would you say that?
Why would Chat say that? What do you think, Chat? Why does Mike have such good posture? And you do, by the way, you have fantastic posture. I wish I could cut you out and show people how they're supposed to sit.
What? I don't know. I don't know why. Just because of practicing it?
I bet you didn't focus much on posture initially, right?
Not initially, no. But there was a point in time, because his giant cake aligns him. I don't know about that.
Go ahead.
Well, most of my learning has been from just watching videos. Watching YouTube once it was available, and things like posture I learned were definitely very important. And then, like, to go along the lines, playing in a mirror. I didn't play in a mirror exactly, but there was a time period where I'd be filming a lot, and being able to watch yourself back, you're able to really get a good perspective of your own playing. You can only get so much perspective when you're in the moment doing it. When you're able to watch it back, you learn so much. And watching videos and seeing how my posture was, I'm like, I definitely need to work on this. And so I worked on it, and it's kind of like, I look at it as like how I do bowling, where I'm a serious bowler. I like bowling, and part of bowling, like sports, all of it, it's technique, is using your body correctly. And I know I bowl better when I stand up straight, have my ball at the right, not too high, not too low. It's right at this right point around my hips. Like, I got to put my arm out as I'm walking. I got to kick my leg. I have all those things in the back of my head, like, before I'm throwing the ball. I'm being conscious of my posture and my stance and my walk and everything. And so I think that's something that musicians need to be more conscious of as well. Like in at least somewhat. It doesn't need to be at the forefront of your mind. Am I sitting right? Am I doing this right? It just needs to be somewhere in your brain. Like, all right, am I at least semi-focused on trying to do this right?
Yeah.
And it's really hard to do, though, when you got to think of the song and then the posture and then this. Yep. There's a lot of factors going on, so it's easy to forget about those little things like posture.
Yeah, and of course, with your posture, if you're in pain, that immediately makes you think about your posture because you're uncomfortable.
Exactly.
The other thing it does too, and I mean, Chat can do this, and this is the reason why I think you have good posture. If you were to sit on your chair, like I'm doing now, and everybody in Chat can do this, assuming you're sitting on a reasonably decent chair. If you lift your legs off the ground, see what happens? You kind of fall forward. So we naturally have a bit of a forward movement. And in fact, if I was to keep my feet off the ground, the only way I can stop myself from not falling forward is actually to lean the top half of my body back. Now, in Mike's case, because he plays a lot of double kick, he actually spends a lot of time with one or both feet in the air. And I think because you've done that for such a long time, you've learnt not to lean on a foot. And that's one of the worst ways to develop bad posture. If you're a single kick player and you don't use your hi-hat foot that much, a lot of them will lean on it. And when they learn to open their hi-hat, they'll fall towards it. Even if you did have that problem, you won't have that problem now because you play so much double kick. You have centered yourself to be able to do that and alleviate the issue on your legs. We were talking about those muscles working when they don't have to. By having a back posture, you can lift your leg without having to worry about using muscles that shouldn't be used. You're well centered and you're well balanced. I think that's actually a byproduct of you playing a lot of double kick, in my opinion.
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was definitely something in the early stages of my playing. Is that like I was focused a lot on trying to play double bass proficiently, and I don't know. It just kind of went hand in hand. But honestly, I feel with at least my posture when I'm playing, like I try to think of it. I'm thinking of it as my chest is coming out. That's part of that's what keeps me straight. Is I'm, it's kind of like if you're walking down the street and you're like you want to look intimidating to some guy or look badass for some girl, you puff your chest out. Think of it. So that I don't know that's something that's definitely helped me in my playing. But I've noticed it helps my hands a lot more than my feet.
Yep. Well, I actually have an issue with my neck. I've had it for decades, and it's probably a result of using a computer all day, every day. And my shoulders are actually quite forward, and they pick me up at the gym for this all the time. And they sort of say, "Pull your shoulders back, pull your shoulders." I'm like, I can't. That's how they've actually come forward because the muscles in my back have relaxed over time from being on a computer so much. Like it's really bad working on a computer for a long time, and your head is kind of forward like this and what have you. But I have an impingement in my neck, and so when I play. In fact, when I grab anything, any pull exercise, like if I'm doing a bicep curl or a chin up or anything like that, I can't hold on for too long because I get a tingling sensation. It's not carpal tunnel, it's not cubital tunnel. What it is I've got a pinch in the back of my neck so that when the nerves come out, it pinches. So having good posture is not just a drum thing; it's an everyday thing, and I'm working on that now. I'm doing neck exercises every day, but. Like it's always a concern, and you have to always have good posture, and you don't want to injure yourself. But as I said, posture is a universal thing. You want to make sure that when you're sitting at a computer, particularly if you're like me and you have to spend most of your day doing so, get an ergonomic chair, sit at the right height. As Mike does, assess yourself every so often. Am I leaning forward? Am I doing this right? Like, is my shoulders back? You can do this on drums too. Like if you lean over on your drum kit, as I said, one of the things you can do is you can lift things up. You can pull the snare closer to you so that your shoulders have to come back to play it. Like there's ways of correcting it. You've got to identify the problem first.
1,000,000%. One thing I've noticed is, and I've noticed drummers do this when I'm learning my double strokes. It's not always. Sometimes, it always depends on my position. But sometimes to find that sweet spot to get the nice flow of the feet, sometimes I do lean forward. And I don't know what exactly is going on there, but I found it to work sometimes. But if I'm positioned right, if I got my proper posture, I don't have to do that. But it's, you understand completely. It's universal for all instruments too. Like
Absolutely.
There are sweet spots for playing a drum, playing a piano, playing a guitar. There are sweet spots physically that help you tremendously.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, should we maybe ask if chat has any questions for you?
Chat, do you have any questions for us?
Do we got?
I've kind of been looking a little bit, but not much. So maybe it's a good idea to open up the floor and see if anyone has anything to say.
Yeah, I've been the one mostly asking questions, and you've been going on showing some great philosophies to us. Maybe someone in chat has some good questions. How old is your cat?
Lexi is 9, and she was here a second ago. Actually, she is 9 years old. So we had her from the moment we could have her. We got her at 11 weeks, and she's now 9. So she's old. She's old. It's almost time for an upgrade.
That's about how old Aurora is here. She's about 9 or 10, I believe.
Yeah.
Solid question.
Yeah, that's just asking all the main questions, getting them out of the way. And
So
she's fussy.
the two kits you have there, the red
Yes.
pearl kit is your brand new kit, as some
Yep.
some people may know.
Yep. So this is the Pearl reference. Now this is a discontinued. It's funny how things go out of date before I even receive them. So that's the Pearl reference
Yeah, you
pure.
just bought this and it's already discontinued?
Yeah, right.
What?
So that's I'll say the new kit, even though it's out of date, and that's cool. But you'll notice, or you may notice that this kit here versus the kit that I've had for 20 years, they're slightly different drum sizes. So this drum here is a 10-inch diameter, and so is this one, but this one's a 10 by 8, whereas this one's a 12 by 7. So it's a little shorter, and a 12 by 8. And sorry, what am I talking about? 10 by 7, 12 by 8. This is 10 by 8, 12 by 9. So these drums are 1 inch deeper. And part of the reason I've done that is this kick drum, you might be able to tell, is a 24 inch. So it's actually 2 inches bigger than this one. And you can imagine when you're setting your drums up on top of that, it's going to sit higher. So I've tried to shave an inch off to get it a little bit lower. So this kit here, this is my dream kit. This is a Sonor Designer Series. They stopped making these in about 2004, but you can see the detail on this stuff.
Beautiful.
This is my own custom color. You can see on the lugs, maybe, I'm not sure if you can see, but they're all rubber. There's all rubber gaskets on the lugs, right? Big rubber grommets that stops any metal from contacting against the wood, right? This is a maple shell kit with babinga, African babinga on the outside. But you look at some of the design work on these toms, you've got dials for everything. You can adjust how tightly it holds against the drum. So this is something that Pearl has just put on their latest tom mounts, and they're going, we've had a breakthrough in it. And it's like, dude, these things came out in 92.
I think I remember having criticism to Pearl mounts before.
Yeah, well, that might have been from me.
Well, no, I mean me personally. Like, yeah. I remember, was it Pearl or Gretsch? There are these one drums that how they mount the tom. Maybe it was my Gretsch kit. I don't remember. There are some drums that they mount the tom rack with in between the lugs. Like it's like you take the skin off and then you attach the tom mount and then you put the skin on. So like.
There's a few that do that. So
it's fucking whack.
Gretsch do because they've got those. Yeah, Gretsch has got those semicircular sort of mounts that go inside the tuning rods. So
it's terrible. It's terrible.
It's not great. It's not great. I've long been a hater of the L rods, which are these things here. I say that and then I've bought them. So these are the things. These are the things that hold the Pearl drum. So when you get your drum,
well, those are better. Those are better than what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're not the best, but do those go into the drum?
No. So that sits. It just floats on the outside.
Yeah. Because a lot of Pearl drums, the hole goes within the drum.
Yeah, for a lot of the cheaper ones they do. But here's my drum setup. If I want to take this tom off, let's say I need to change the bottom head or something, it blows out during a show. I need to loosen this and pull it towards me to get it off this mount. Now, when you're on a drum set, usually in front of the toms is your snare, right? You have your snare and your toms directly above that. So if I need to take the tom out and pull it towards the snare, I've got to get the snare out the way to do that. And so it's a bit of a pain in the ass. The other way to do it is where the drums themselves mount onto the hardware vertically. So it'll be an L-shaped arm, and then you drop the tom onto it, and it holds it that way. So that's what Tama use, and it's what Sonor's used for a long time. And they've got their different takes on that, but the concept is the same. Rather than the drum going onto the holder forward and back, it's up and down, right? And so that's much better, because if you have your drum set set up, in my opinion, you have your drum set set up, you need to get a drum off, you can lift it straight up and out of your setup. And of course, then you've got your ball and socket things, which allow you to position them any position rather than, the ratchet system, which means you can have it at this angle or you can have it at this angle, but that's it. So things keep getting better, but often the same ideas keep getting revisited as well. The Sonor stuff was just insane. That's kind of like the Lamborghini of drums back in the day.
Yeah, that seems awesome.
There's a lot of things on this kit that they don't do anymore. I mean, look, this is nuts. This is heavy, by the way. look at that bass drum design, right? I'm talking about the foot.
Okay,
Right.
that's fucking sick.
So this button here, if I can put this down, I can't do it. Okay. There is a button here. If I want to extend this, I push that button and it's spring loaded. So that can go in and out, spring loaded. And here, now you can't see this, but on this here, you loosen this for the legs, and there's actually a gauge on either side. So you have like increments where you can see the angle that you've set this leg up at. And so you can always get like the same angle the next time you set it up. Really, really cool ideas. You can see that there's no wing screws on here at all, no key needed. It's only hand tightened. And people would say, well, what if I want to go tighter? But you never do on a kick drum. The heads are always quite loose, right? You can tighten this as much as you need to. Again, there's rubber on these claws. So when you put these on the drum, they don't scratch the finish. There's a whole bunch of features like this from this brand that was done, going back even into the 80s. But
so do they today, still do those?
No, they discontinued them 20 years ago.
Well, I mean, insane. Like that design of like everything, like they don't do any of that with this.
They don't. The tom mounts, the hardware on the toms is essentially the same, but it's refined. These bass drum claws, I think they still do. The kick drum design is completely different now. So this would be the equivalent of what Sonor calls their SQ2 series now, which is like their flagship line. Yeah, look, it's lovely stuff now, but they've done away with a bunch of features that I thought were really, really cool and really practical. They also have slotted tension rods. So, you have a drum key normally for loosening things. So these here, and again, I don't know if you can see there's actually a slot in the top of that, right? And people go, well, why would I want that if I have a drum key? Because every other drum key is like a square, thing that you tighten with a key. But you're going to show me one? There we go. So if you just show the end of that, and you can have a look inside at the actual hole that goes into it's a square hole, right? And so your drums have like a square hole, and even Mike's electronic drums, same thing, square hole. But the thing is, with the slotted rods, if the rare thing happens that you lose your drum key, and I'm being sarcastic because that's not rare.
So rare.
Yeah. Then I could grab a 10-cent coin. I could use a screwdriver, literally anything, a bottle opener to tighten my drum up. So it gives me option. Now, unfortunately, that design has fallen out of favor, and now we pretty much all use those losable drum keys to adjust our drums. So things always change, and they don't always change for the better.
Yeah, I hear that.
Butter knife.
Yeah, butter knife.
Yeah,
it'll thick work. Credit card.
Yeah.
At least to get so tight.
This kit, man, talk about a sound. It just thumps. I'm running. Got the EMAD kick on there. This guy, I actually haven't even taken this out. I've taken the kick drum out for a go, but the toms have not been hit yet. That's how crazy my gigging schedule is. Most of the places that I'm playing now either have a drum kit supplied, or there's literally no room to bring the toms. I just bring the kick and the snare.
So, okay, to further go on to gigs, you just played what looked like a really, really big gig. There was a big stage, big crowd. What kit was that? A provided kit used for that show?
Yeah, that was actually a DW. I think it was a collector's. I honestly can't remember, or a performer, one of the two. But yeah, that was flown in. So that's. That gig was really remote. That was in a town called Panawanaka, which is a mining town. Most of the towns out there are built by mining companies to give their workers somewhere to live while they dig up the ground. But once a year, they have a rodeo that comes through there, and everybody in the region just goes to this thing. So it's always been a big event. But this year in particular, maybe it's the whole post-COVID thing, I'm not sure, but it really went off. And I'm actually glad that they supplied the drum kit they did, because the last time we played it, it was this Bitzer, and it wasn't nice at all. I still use my cymbals, but the kit was thankfully provided. I wouldn't have wanted to bring either of those kits up there, because there's a fine red dirt that just covers that whole landscape. It's like talcum powder, but red. It gets into everything. You're still blowing it out of your nose like a week after you come home from the show. It's nasty.
Sounds
But yeah, that was
fun.
a good gig. I've had a few good gigs actually in the last couple of weeks and a few more to go. Very busy for the second half of this year. So um, yeah, it's good.
What all projects are you doing right now? I know you have your country rock gig that you've been doing for quite some time.
Yep, since 2009. So that's with a band called Renegade. Renegade used to try and do weekly gigs. We've sort of talked about why large bands aren't getting a lot of gigs at the moment. So now it's kind of not so much dialed back, but it's kind of moved towards more of an event style band. So where there's bigger things like rodeos and stuff, we'll pitch for those. We'll ask for more money. So it all kind of balances out. Week to week, I'm playing with two of the guys from Renegade in a band called Midnight Rambler Trio, which some of you might have seen. We do some live streams at some of the local bars, and that's keeping me busy week in, week out. As far as original stuff goes, I don't really have an active original band at this point. Syzygy is still technically together, although it's not doing anything at the moment. I do have a drum clinic coming up in November, and I want to use some Syzygy stuff that needs to actually be recorded. So I'll be meeting up with those guys in the next couple of weeks to get some parts down and to do some, home recording production type stuff, which is another area that I get into. And hopefully I'll bring those tracks to the drum clinic in November. And with a bit of luck, I'll even be live streaming that drum clinic on Twitch, which will be
That's what was
scary.
my next question. I was going to say, are you going to be streaming that?
Yeah, I try to stream everything I can now. There's less of a distinction for me between live playing and live streaming. To me, they're just audiences, right? They're two audiences, and if I can bring them together, even better.
Yeah.
Venues like it too, because obviously it's exposing their venue too. So the guys rehearsing don't like it much because it exposes all their faults and stuff. But
I
but
hear
they're still
that.
of the mindset. I get it. Like when you don't stream and someone puts a camera on you, you kind of feel like everything needs to be your best,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
right? But then you get to a stage where you're just farting and not caring. You know what I mean? Like when you stream live after a while, you're just yourself.
Yeah.
And that's actually the appeal of it. That's why a lot of people will watch live streamers, because you kind of get that fly on the wall, view of what the people are actually like and what they actually do. So I even argue that there's more benefit in us showing people our rehearsals than our live gigs, because they're more real, but it's all entertainment at the end of the day.
1,000,000% agree with that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Will we do this again? What do you mean? A podcast with Damo? I believe so. I've been saying Damo's probably going to be a reoccurring guest. And we could even do like themes where we talk about certain things, I mean, I feel like we've only scratched the surface of many things tonight. I mean, I think what's great is not only but a lot of people in chat and who's ever's going to watch this post stream, they're going to learn a lot about you, and that's really cool. I still feel like there's so much more to learn.
There's always more to learn.
Always.
Yeah, I mean, look, even in a 3.5 hour call, I think it's about 3.5, nearly 4 hours. It's you're right. It's mostly just touching the surface. Everybody's experience is different, and obviously, Mike, you're going to have a bunch of people on talking about different things, and that stuff is as interesting to me as as anybody else, because everyone's got a different story to tell. Everybody's done things a slightly different way to end up to the same result, and I want to hear, for me as a listener, I want to hear how their version of the right way sounds. What did they do? I mean, I've had some crazy opportunities, obviously, but it's like, would I be where I am now without those opportunities, or would I have different opportunities? So I love hearing people's different stories. I mean, there's guys that I want to actually get on podcasts of my own, people that I know, and do some of this for myself. But I think what you're doing here is a great thing. You're obviously a very accomplished player and streamer, so you hit a very good balance between not only someone that knows how to play an instrument and play in a band, but someone who also knows about this new emerging thing, which is the online world of music and where that's going. Like, you're ahead of the curve there. So as I said, you're in a nice sweet spot where you can talk to all of that, and I know that there are tons of musicians right now, famous musicians, that just go, I just don't get this internet, this TikTok, Instagram streaming thing. And it's like, dude, well, that's, you're going to have to learn if you want to stay relevant.
I honestly don't. I mean, I don't get how people don't understand it. Like, it's where.
Well, I do. They're not exposed to it. It's as simple as that. I mean, these famous players we're talking about, if you're spending your time touring around the world, when are you sitting at home on Twitch?
Yeah.
There's a select few people, like maybe like a Jacques Walgren and a few of those. I think Charlie from Five Finger Death Punch was on for a little while, but you don't see those guys all the time because they are literally busy. I mean, Jacques was down here last year, playing a festival with 70,000 people that I was at, and I was watching them play. But, Twitch is not that important, I guess, in his life. It's like, I'll do it when and if I can. Then you've got guys like, yourself, where it's like, no, this is what I'm doing. This is what's defining me right now. It's taking up most of my time. Then you've got people like me where I can kind of give a little bit of time to both. But we all come from different places. But in all three of those scenarios, online streaming is involved in some capacity. And I think that more and more, as venues tend to get smaller and as the consumption of music becomes more digital and more people fall in love with, on-demand viewing and stuff like that, the live streaming stuff is only going to get more popular. So you need to be across it.
Well, definitely. I think something that kind of started like, of course, reality TV made people want to like invest time into learning about other people and their lives, but I think like when it comes to music, like things, at least like in a heavy metal sense, like things like Pantera home videos really opened up people's eyes to like the lives of being in a band and all that. And as time has gone on, more and more bands have been able to showcase not only them in studios and tours, but just their real lives. And people want to see that. They want to be able to relate to these people that they feel like they wouldn't be able to relate to. They're like, oh, he's just some rock star and all that. Then they learn about him. They're like, what the fuck? He's just like me. So it's it's really cool to be able to. Yeah, exactly. The intimacy of it. It's very intimate for sure.
So that's where the MTV Unplugged thing became really popular, right? Because, all of a sudden these bands strip back and it's like, oh, this is more like a rehearsal. This sounds really, there is definitely an appeal there. People, I think fans in general, love to want to know things about the band that other people don't know. There's like a desire to know more than the next person about the things that you love, right? And that's why this whole fly on the wall mentality, being able to see the behind the scenes stuff, is somehow cooler in many ways than the actual performance, because everybody can watch the performance, but not everyone gets to see the behind the scenes stuff, right? So
exactly
that kind of mentality, I think, is it's definitely a thing.
Exactly. No, for sure. It when me and Red went and saw Amon Amarth and Ghost, like I've experienced things like this, but she got to hang out with us while we hung out with the bands and be on stage and watch Ghost play, and it was a whole new experience for her, and she she never thought she would be like side stage on some big show like that, and it really opened her eyes up to a lot of things. And even me too, of like, like after the show, you see the production crew, they got riggers, they got guys going up on harnesses, taking down all this stuff. It's pretty involved shit that people wouldn't realize that goes into just a show.
Yeah, and a lot of personnel involved as well.
Lot.
It is a well-oiled machine, and the bigger the act, the more crazy it is when you see what they're doing. You've got a couple of people on stage performing a concert, and there's this whole army of people around them making those four people work. It's insane.
The amount of things and people they had for Ghost was insane, because they have, they got all their lights and they have like their stage set up, and then they had pyro and shit. It was intense. It's intense. So it's cool to see. It's cool to see that stuff and hear about it, and it's cool with the internet, we're able to see more of it, and I think it makes people appreciate the art a little bit more too, or a lot of it more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that was the same when we went to, Iron Maiden, and getting to see that setup, and you just look at the size of that production. I mean, they have all set designs and things that change, and they were testing it all and stuff, and you just go, man, so much can go wrong here. Like, so much can go wrong.
And most of the time it doesn't, because
most
of the time it's professionals making shit happen. It's pretty cool.
Full-on professionals. Absolute full-on professionals. I mean, it's amazing it even works at all sometimes, with the amount of things that could potentially going wrong, and then but for some reason, somehow, some way, it just works.
And people have no idea.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Well, are we taking too much of your time?
No, we can wind it up. I'm getting hungry anyway. I think I might have something to eat, but
Okay.
yeah, we can go a couple minutes more if you like. If you have
Well,
something you want
is
to
there?
ask, or
I
if chat.
mean, yeah, I was hoping that chat might have some questions, something that we can maybe think of that I haven't touched on.
Still, Mel's is saying still lots of people don't know what Twitch is. It's crazy, isn't it? When you consider how many people know what YouTube is, but don't know what Twitch is.
Well,
It's
it's
basically
understandable, but also I understand it, but then I also don't understand it because something I learned recently. Did you know that the like the video game world, like video games, like the video game market has been bigger than like the music and movie market for like however many years now? Like there's way more
yeah,
money involved and way more this and that. Like video
yeah.
games have really like taken a taken a big role in entertainment, and people wouldn't realize that. And it's surprising that something like Twitch isn't even bigger because of that. Because that's most. I mean, Twitch isn't only video games. Obviously, there's podcasts, there's cooking streams, there's music streams, there's comedy streams, there's all types of streams. But you know, video games a big part of Twitch, and I mean, I'm shocked that it's still not as
Mm.
as recognized, but it's growing per day. Everyone there's more and more streamers coming to the platform, more and more viewers coming to the platform. Oh
Well, yeah.
no, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to say, Hollywood's not doing so well when all of the actors decide to go and do voiceovers for games, and they go to Netflix TV shows and stuff like that. So look, that's that changing of the guard that I was talking about before. You've got to keep your ear to the ground, because it doesn't matter how big and how solid things seem to be; they can change overnight, right?
Everything
And you've
does.
got to be ready for that.
The look at the music industry is just like the movie industry, or TV and all that, where like everyone used to. Well, what was it before? It was radio, and then it was
Yeah.
TV, and then now it's the internet, and everyone on, I feel like network TV is definitely like dying because everyone's just watching what they actually want to watch online and trying to get rid of the ads and
Right.
you
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Um,
So we had a good question from Red saying, "Am I going to show you how to make Vegemite toast?"
we
Does anybody want to know how to put Vegemite on toast properly?
how
I
how
don't
are
even know
you?
if I've got the bread. I'll have to. Oh, well,
You
you've
can
got to
just
start with your.
describe it. You can just describe
No,
it.
you can't describe it, Mike.
You
You
can't.
can't describe it. You need to learn by example, son, because otherwise you're never going to eat it and enjoy it.
I
Now,
mean,
your
I
Vegemite's
don't.
been with you
I
over a
actually
year.
don't think that's going to be a thing, though. I don't think I'd ever enjoy it.
Well, see, your Vegemite's about a year old now, so it's almost coming into ripeness time. So it's the perfect time to eat it.
Oh, so now's the time for me to enjoy it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it's like axle grease, right? It's never going to go bad. It starts bad and stays there. So let's do this. I'll see if I can find. Just give me a second. I'll just disappear from the room. I'll see if I can find some bread, and we'll do this.
All right.
Hang tight.
All right, hang tight. While we hang tight, let me get this. Let me get this. Hold up. Hold on. Okay. All right. So we're gonna learn how to properly put Vegemite on toast. I think everyone had been wondering this, if we were going to do this on the podcast tonight, and it looks like we're going to do it. Red should get some bread from Mike. No. Vegemite toast tutorial. So you guys enjoying the pod? Hope you guys have had a good time listening to me and Damo chat. Hope you guys have learned some valuable things. Baklava? I'm down. Oh. Holy shit. What was that? Was that a tub?
Well, economies of scale, Mike. If you want to get rich, you've got to stop spending money on the small stuff and go real size. This is like a Costco size, right? I reckon they wouldn't be selling that anywhere else in the world because no one else will eat it. But
So how long does that tub last you?
Well, what time is it now?
No. How long does that tub last you?
Yeah, what time is it now?
Oh, what?
No, it's all good. That tub will probably last me about 6 months. Let me just pull this out 1 second.
I mean, oh man.
So the thing with Vegemite is it's about the prep, right? You got to use the right amount. If you use too much, it's gonna be like eating battery acid. It's not gonna work.
So did I use too much when I tried it a long time ago?
I think so. And look, you rarely eat it straight.
Did I just I didn't put butter on it? I thought I put butter on it.
Oh, did you? Well, maybe not enough. All right. So the important thing, again, you got to have your posture right when you're putting the toast in.
Posture.
This is actually a piece of frozen bread, but we'll run with it. We'll dial this up. We'll defrost it. Right, we're cooking. This is a cooking stream. I've got my butter. This is actually Lurpak. Anybody know what the hell Lurpak even is?
Is that butter or margarine?
I think it's like a blend. I actually don't know.
A blend?
You got to be worried about what you're eating when you can't even pronounce it.
So it's like dairy products mixed with elbow grease?
Something like that. I don't know. It says spreadable, slightly salted.
Hey, it's salted. That's all that matters.
It's salted. All right, so I'm cooking.
Cheese too? You need cheese?
You can use cheese. You can use cheese. I don't because I don't eat a lot of dairy. But luckily, the only thing, as I said, in Vegemite is axle grease. So
Jesus Christ, dude. That looks like something I would put in my car. Oh.
Tastes like Australian. Tastes like Australian.
Oh, man. Is it getting
Who's
warm?
excited? Hey?
I'm excited. Now, whatever you do, don't get any of that Vegemite on those fucking drums, okay?
I won't. And hopefully I won't go through this this practice pad either. I do need to get a plate.
Plate. You might. You can just use your hands. You're Aussie. You're tough, right? What's you need a plate for? Come on. What's you need a plate for? I hear that plate. It's not far away.
Right, got the plate. We're good.
Whoa, is that a? Oh, that's a cat. First I thought that was a. If you turn it upside down, it looks like a remote controller, like a video game controller. Yeah, upside down. Then yeah.
This was a free PlayStation giveaway. I'm smelling the toast, people.
Smelling the frozen toast. Is it gonna take like? Is it actually gonna toast? I've never.
Yeah, it's toasting now. It's toasting now. It's going to take probably all of about another minute or so. We're nearly there.
Wow. Okay, so you got your butter. You got your knife.
I've got my knife.
Knife? Oh, that ain't a knife.
Got me knife. See, Brooke's like, finally, someone's going to teach this guy how to make Vegemite.
That ain't a knife.
Guys, this is why you take up a musical instrument. So, 33 years down the track, you can show someone from the other side of the world how to actually eat food. That's what it's all about. Well, I've played knifey spoony before. All right. Oh, gee. Oh, can't wait.
Yeah, we've taken up 4 hours of Damo's time. He needs to finally eat, damn it. Drummer's got to eat.
And what a way to do it. It's going to be great. It smells like Mike's depression in here.
Here, hold on.
Looks like a tub of shit. Hey, that's culturally inappropriate.
All right.
I think. Oh shit! I burned it a little bit. That's also very Australian.
Well, I grabbed mine so I can smell what you're smelling.
Okay, so I've got my toast. Again, this is probably a little bit more cooked than I would have it. But anyway, let's go with that.
Gag worthy, dude.
Now, this is important. Get the butter. Don't be shy with this.
Oh, I'm never
Right.
shy with the butter. I fucking love
Right.
butter.
Now, look, to save you choking on it, you want to make sure you cover all of the bread.
All of it.
Right.
Both
Now, the
sides?
ratios. Nah. All right. So that's a good, healthy serving of butter.
Mega Mike, I swear
Right.
I've seen your name in other Drim streams before. You have not. I only hang out in hot tub streams. I'm sorry, my friend.
Okay, you ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready.
We're not talking much. It's a small amount. So when you spread this stuff, and it doesn't help that I kind of burnt the toast, but it's a small amount. It's at least half butter. At least half butter, if not more. You don't slap the Vegemite on like that's butter, because you will end up putting yourself in hospital. You need to keep it a very weak blend. Mostly butter, a little bit of Vegemite. Mostly
That looks
butter.
like a lot of Vegemite. Like I didn't even put. That's how much I put on mine. That little tiny.
How much butter did you put on there?
Clearly not enough.
Right, clearly not enough. It's The whole point of Vegemite is not to be able to taste too much Vegemite. How's that for a selling point?
I mean,
Right.
the best way to not taste it is not putting it on.
Oh,
It's got a good crunch to it.
Tastes like kangaroo. Oh,
Lovely.
no, it's good stuff. I'm going to eat the rest of this.
Are you now?
And you didn't think I could cook?
Oh, I knew you could cook. I've seen you
No, I
drum.
can't cook. I can't cook to save my life. I can't do it. But that's what my amazing wife is here for. Partly, she loves cooking,
Partly.
and so she's not here to cook for me. But that's one of the
Sure?
things. One of the many benefits she brings is that she's an amazing cook, and she can cook everything. She does, full on tiramisus and lasagnas. She loves the Italian stuff. She's, you name it. And if she doesn't know how to do it, she'll get a recipe book and she'll try it. And we've got thermomixers lining the wall, and she loves it.
Oh, okay. This is the part of the podcast that's very important now. Damo, what is your favorite food?
Ooh, favorite. Probably ice cream.
Ice cream?
Probably ice cream. I'm a sucker for ice cream.
I
And
mean, I
chocolate.
relate.
Chocolate
I
and
love ice cream. I love ice cream.
Probably chocolate and ice cream.
I love chocolate.
I mean, look, there's very few ice cream flavors that I won't try. Most of them I love. It's usually stuff that I shouldn't be eating, but yeah.
So do
We're
you
talking
not?
like
Do
food.
you not agree? Does Derry not agree with you?
Yeah, partly that. It's what do they call it? Like a
Lactose
not.
intolerant.
Well, it might be an intolerance. It might be an intolerance. I've never really tested, but I had a lot of allergies as a child, and a lot of the foods that I eat, I still have allergies to. So I eat really plain, generally speaking. I would think nothing of frying up a piece of chicken with nothing on it, and then just maybe having that with some broccoli. Like, I'm fine with that. No salt, no nothing. I'll just eat it bland. I'll have a steak and they'll say, what gravy do you want on your steaks? Like, none. Just, I eat very plain because I kind of had to when I was a kid. But as I got older, especially now that I'm at the gym and stuff like that, I feel like shit if I don't eat well, at least part of the day. And some of the things that I used to eat, I realize I don't really need to eat. And dairy is one of those things. It's like I can have coffee now with oat milk or, some kind of other milk that doesn't give me the issues that are associated with dairy. And like, I don't really have, like stomach issues or things with dairy necessarily, but I don't need to be having dairy. So, it just doesn't do me any benefit. Whereas the oat milk, I've actually, learned to sort of enjoy in coffee. And I'm not having to hold cows down and squeeze them in the process. So it's all good. So it's amazing how much the food affects you overall. We all hear about that, but when I went through my training at the gym, we went through like this challenge period where you had like this 8-week period where you eat as clean as you can and you exercise as much as you can. And the goal is to burn as much fat as you can. And that is like a competition. And I had things going on in my body that I had no idea food would be attributed to. So things like headaches. I was getting headaches in the afternoon. They went away. I would have like the occasional rash breakout here and there, went away. My mood was obviously better by eating better food. I was eating less food, but I was less hungry, which is an interesting one. Just because I was getting the right food, sleeping better, being able to sleep without waking up during the night, just through exercise and food. It's like, wow, like how much was food contributing to all the bad feeling that I had in my life, like being angry or, or having headaches or not being able to sleep or always feeling like I was thirsty. Like how much of that can be attributed to food? Well, you don't think much until you actually go and change your diet and clean it right up. It's like, oh, this was the problem. Oh, now it's gone away. So once I came off that challenge, I didn't go back to eating all that crap food. I tried to maintain a somewhat healthy thing. I mean, I'm 48 now, so for me, and I actually think I'm carrying a couple of extra kilos now, but generally speaking, I'm in pretty good shape for my age. I'm fit.
You look fucking
I've got good
amazing.
cardio. I'm not, like many of my friends are so far overweight that they don't even get up and go out anymore, and that's just a downward spiral as far as I'm concerned. So
Big time.
I'm very concerned with making sure that I stay fit, because even just gigs, just carting gear around in and out of venues, I've got to stay up to that task, because that's getting infinitely harder to do now that I'm, pushing 50. And I want to make sure that I'm still able to do that 10, 15 years, hell, 20 years from now.
Dude, for pushing 50, you look fucking amazing, dude.
Thank you.
I'm sure people could mistake you for being fucking 10 years younger.
Well, it happens when I shave too, which is something you put on a good shirt, I had a shave, But if you think, oh, well, look, I can drink because I'm good the next day. It's like, that might be good now, but in 10, 15 years time, you'll be amazed how hard it is to come back from that stuff. You put on an extra couple of kilos there, it's all right, I'll run them off. Not when you get older, because everything hurts and it just gets harder and harder and harder. You have to start becoming more restrictive with what you allow yourself to do as you get older. Otherwise, things get really tough really quick. That's my experience anyway.
So this small conversations made me think of something I'd like to ask. Do you now, or have you ever had, and this could be food related or just drum related, have you ever had a pre-game routine for gigging or streaming or whatever when it comes to drumming? Do you have a stretching routine? Do you have a certain food that you like to eat before? Is anything along those lines?
Because I have had, and sorry, chat, this is probably going to be a little bit foul, but because I've had issues with intestinally, upset stomachs and things, and stress and anxiety does that to you as well. And sometimes gigs can be very stressful and anxious. I generally don't eat before I go on stage. There's other factors too. So things like, you eat a big meal, you want to go to sleep. I don't want that happening when I'm supposed to be in front of people performing and being energetic and up tempo. So I either don't eat or I eat very, very small amounts of food before I go on stage. And that's usually no less than an hour before. So I don't eat much before I go on stage. I obviously drink a lot of food. I don't really have a warm-up routine or a sort of a pre-routine that I do when I go on stage, because most of the stuff I play now, it's not really that physically challenging for me. So
did you in the past?
No, but the only time actually is recently. So generally I don't have a warm-up, but the occasions where I have, it's usually been more recent, either because I've been a little bit stiffer than usual. This is just happening with age, right? So I've never had a warm-up routine. I don't have one now, but I have actually taken occasions to do some warm-ups when things haven't quite felt right. Hands have been stiff, or it might be cold, or things just don't kind of feel right, or my neck's feeling a bit stiff before I go on. So I'll do some stretching exercises. So no, I don't really do warm-ups, but I would think it's probably something that's going to have to make its way into my routine as part of something I do every time, just because I'm starting to notice that I can't just get up and start every time now. I need to kind of loosen things up, especially if I'm playing bigger shows where inadvertently you play harder and louder anyway because you just vibed, and you will sustain an injury if you don't warm up to that. So even if I'm feeling okay, sometimes for those bigger shows, I might just do a forearm stretch or pull the fingers back or just something. Sometimes I'll get my stick and put it in my hand backwards and just sort of play without being on anything, just to sort of get the movement of the wrists and stuff going without hitting a surface. But
I've never seen anyone do that.
You can do it, right?
It's
just about getting the wrists moving. You can sort of get the same feeling as using sticks the other way, but So, I'll be walking around sort of backstage, just doing this sort of thing, right? Just to get the fingers and the hands moving. Because sometimes you're literally in a fucking stairwell. You can't find anything to play on. So you're just like, well, that works. Just tuck the sticks behind. So, But like I said, probably more of that in recent years than when I first started, it's like wake up, just go play for 10 hours and then go to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like those days are long gone. Like after 2 hours, I'm done drumming, unless Meg and Mike raids me. And then of course, it's cool. And I'll do it for another couple of hours. But we were talking about posture and stuff before. One of the things is like even at 48, even though I'm reasonably fit, I could play drums 5-6 hours and not have an issue because I've got a refined technique now, which doesn't mean that I have to physically hit things hard. And I maintain myself in reasonable shape. Like I said, I exercise, I go to the gym, do all that sort of stuff. And people sort of go, "Oh man, you've been streaming for 5 hours playing drums." It's like, yeah, but it's just songs. It's not like I'm going for the world land speed record or anything like that on my feet. Now, if playing 5 hours like you play drums, different story. And as you age, it's going to be the same sort of thing. You're going to probably have to come up with some routine to stop yourself getting sore or to get yourself fluid to be able to play that stuff that you're playing now.
Well, I mean, that's something, if you haven't noticed, for the last few months, I haven't been playing drums a whole lot on stream, and it's because I did so much of it for so long. I'm a little burnt out on it, both physically and mentally. The mental part is I'm just tired of playing really, really hard songs for people for free.
Yep.
Like it's just like it's just tough. And then like just physically, you know what it's like. Once you get in a flow of playing, you don't want to stop. You want to just keep going. And so for me, I play for like 4 or 5 hours and I want to keep going mentally, but physically my body's just like, you're done, dude. Like, shut it down.
Yep.
And then most of the times the day after, you can ask Red. She's the one dealing with me barely moving around the house, or she'll grab my leg and I'm just like, because I'm sore.
Pull up the wheelchair.
It gets bad. It gets bad sometimes, But I
we
mean,
can laugh.
as
We're all headed that way.
Oh yeah.
We're all headed that way.
As time goes on, I figure out more and more things to help. I was stretching a lot before streams for a while. I've stopped that, and not purposely. It just, bad habits for him, I guess. So I just, a good habit went away. So I need to get back into a routine of stretching.
What was that? What was that Woody Harrelson line? Do you see a lion stretching before it takes down a gazelle?
I mean, I get it. But I mean, stretching it definitely helps. It's going to make you feel better post drumming or workout or whatever. And yeah.
Yeah, stretching's good for any reason, Sorry, I'm getting followed. Thanks for the follow.
Everyone follow Damo. His alerts go off. Do it.
Hey Eddie, how you doing? Like anything you do in your life, there's always a benefit to stretching. Even just waking up from sleep, when your body kind of gets stiff. Like I said, religiously now I'm doing neck exercises just because of my, my sort of impingement in my neck. But there's no harm that comes from that. My wife goes to yoga several times a week for flexibility and movement, and that's something that once the gym gets too much for me, because I'm doing the high intensity interval training, the HIT training, which is something that 20-year-olds do, and I kind of look a bit strange doing it at 48, and I'm fortunate that I can still do it, but there's going to come a time soon where that's going to just get too much, and I'll probably transition to something like yoga. But I mean, yoga is amazing in terms of just keeping your body flexible. As you get older, and you'll know this from your grandparents, it becomes increasingly important to be able to move. You have to retain movement as you get older, or you will lose it. You'll get stiff, and before you know it, you're on a Zimmer frame and you're not going anywhere. You can see a 7-year-old that's running marathons. You can see a 7-year-old that can't even get up off the couch. As you age, you need to be moving your joints. You need to be moving your body, and it becomes increasingly important as you age. And I'm not blind to that. And so, even though I've just got done saying I don't really do much exercising in terms of stretching and stuff, that will become more important from this point forward, because I don't have a lot of flexibility, particularly in things like my hips and, arm behind your back trying to grab. I can't do any of that stuff. I have enough flexibility for what I need to do today, but it's going to get stiffer and stiffer and stiffer. And so I can see myself going along to yoga with my little mat, my wife under the other arm at some point, and starting to move or transition to that stage in my life where it becomes about maintaining rather than bodybuilding.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be able to maintain yourself, or else not going to be able to do anything, let alone drum.
Yeah, yeah. No, you don't. I mean, and Flavonesque has made a good point. Like, I certainly don't want to get overweight to the point where my weight inhibits me from doing certain things. But even without being overweight, you still lose movement in your joints. Once you start reaching your 50s and 60s, and so you need to give some attention to that. Around about that time, I'll probably be in a jazz band playing to 3 people for $8. But I hope to still be drumming like Joe Morello. Yeah. Yeah. Be wearing a little top hat. I've got my cowboy hat, but wear a little top hat.
Damn.
Man.
Partner.
Line up,
Howdy,
ladies.
partner.
Line up, ladies. Yeah, there you go. I bought that for you, Mike. In case it turned into a Red Dead.
Did you see mine?
No. Oh, I might have. Dude. You look like Rob Zombie.
This is it. This is the one. This is the one.
Hot. That's hot.
$10, maybe 15 from the Halloween store.
Is a little mega pin badge on the.
I can go get one. I
don't want to steal all your thunder. You can do that for next stream.
Okay. All right. Good idea. He looks like he's mad. I'm pissed and mad about it.
Those hats aren't cheap, man. Some of those hats are really expensive to buy.
Yeah. That's why I went and got a cheap one from the Halloween store.
Man, I remember when I was in Nashville, we went shopping for boots and hats, and I got this hat. This is a Cody James. I don't know if that's a good brand or whatever. It cost me about $60 or $70. But I got these boots, these Lucchese's. Man, they were some good boots. Boot Barn was doing a special 2 pairs for the price of one. So wife got a set, I got a set. Does a 10-gallon hat cost more than 10 gallons of gas? Probably not in the US, but certainly here in Australia it would.
It's probably about the same, if not more, here in the US.
All righty, shall we wrap up?
I think so. I think 4 hours is pretty good, don't you think? I think that's a good
chat.
4 hours for a 4th episode.
I feel sorry for the next episode. It's going to have to take it to 5.
No, yeah, maybe we might. You never know.
Thanks, Damon. Any more questions?
Yeah. Any last questions for Damo before he gets out of here? He's got this Vegemite he must eat. He's from Australia and he's required to enjoy it. This is
fun for me.
It's fun.
Mike's watching me thinking it's like eating a tire, but I'm enjoying it.
I'm not eating it, so I'm good. I'll just continue to try to embrace it.
Yep.
It's not as bad as it was earlier.
I fell asleep.
It's not as bad as
Brooke, you wouldn't have been the first. You wouldn't have been the first woman that's told me that. But yeah, I'm glad it was so relaxing that you fell asleep. I did warn Mike that I would talk people's ears off.
It's all right. I'm used to people falling asleep on me. That's what happens. I stream for 10 hours and people are like, oh.
Yeah. It's like every time I ask my wife to come and watch a movie. Hey, let's watch a movie. Yeah, okay. So that's it. It's like 10 minutes in, she's done. That's how you know if it's a good movie, because 15 minutes in, she's still awake. Normally she'll be done in 10 minutes. But, married life, ladies and gentlemen, get used to it. Here it comes. Yeah.
Here it comes.
Yeah, and then you get those times where you come home from a gig late at night. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, and you've just dozed off to sleep, and then all of a sudden you wake up, and the wife's snoring, right? And it's like, and then hang on a second, it's the cat snoring, not the wife, because they're all the animals and all the wives and everything. They all come around you, and they'll start sleeping with you, and you know all of a sudden you can't roll over because you've got a cat between your legs, or the wife's stolen the sheets, or they're both snoring as a stereo pair. I wonder why I'm so tired. Wouldn't have it any other way. Got to tell you, man. Life is good. Life is good, and even the challenges give me an opportunity to be better and make it better. So,
Here,
words to
here.
live by.
Here, here. If more people were only like Damo.
No, don't do that. You put barbers out of business.
Well,
I was going to do comedy, Mike. Didn't I tell you? I was going to be a comedian at one point, but
I mean,
everyone laughed at me. So I didn't go ahead with it.
I think you'd do well. I've seen some pretty bad comedians, and I've seen some pretty good ones, and I think you would do quite well.
Good to know.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
what do we do?
We tell everyone that they must go follow you on Twitch if they already aren't, and if they aren't following you on YouTube, they need to go follow you on YouTube because you truly do have an awesome YouTube channel that has a lot of very very informative videos. You can learn a lot about
the YouTube side of things. But next time, a bit more about that. But the YouTube is more instructional stuff. So if it's more about what you want to learn about doing certain things on drums, like, you know, picking sticks or selecting cymbals or cleaning them or in-ear monitoring and stage stuff, that's more tutorial based. My Twitch channel is more for, you know, performance related stuff, either live gigs or, as some of you already know, just doing what Mike does, playing along to requests and doing some things as well. So tend to keep those two separate for now. But if you do have an interest in the sort of the industry side and the how-to side of drums, definitely check out the YouTube channel. Sorry, Mike, I jumped on you there.
No. Don't be sorry at all. Yeah, but everyone, please go show them some love in some way, shape, and form. Damo, I really, really, truly appreciate you doing this. You've been
Thank you, my friend.
Nothing but truly, I'm not just saying this, truly helpful and inspirational ever since we've crossed paths. Ever since we've met, you've helped me a very long ways, and I hope that we can both just continue to grow on this awesome platform and on YouTube and just keep meeting new people and doing all the cool things that we get to do.
Whoever gets famous first has to bring the other person along, right, Mike? That's the deal.
We agreed to that. We fully agreed to that.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Mike. It's been awesome. It's 4 hours. It hasn't felt like 4 hours. It has for Brooke, but for everyone else, it's, for me in particular, it felt like it's just flowing by. And I hope we get to do it again. I mean, I really do hope we get to do it again.
We will. And well, since today we got to learn some more things about you, like some of your past and all that. In the future, we can dive into other things, and especially like go into more like educational things. That you have a great background in music education, and there's plenty of people, from musicians to non-musicians, that can learn a lot, that would want to learn a lot, and we could do that here.
Absolutely. No, I'll be looking forward to it. And thanks, obviously, to chat for people that have come in and have stuck around and asked questions. And thanks to Melza for putting questions forward. And I've seen some positive comments and things. I do appreciate everybody coming in. And obviously, you're all followers of Meg and Mike's channel. But, Mike's a straight up dude, and he's a phenomenal player. And I say that in all honesty because, I've dealt with and seen a lot of great players. And Mike's right up there. So, expose this guy, share him around, tell other people, bring people into his stream, raid him if you're a streamer. Let's get this guy on the map because he 150% deserves to be there. And I'll certainly help you do that, Mike, to the best of my ability. But you've got it, my friend, and I think good things are going to happen for you, and you're certainly going in the right direction.
Hell yeah, dude! I truly mega appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Well,
all right, with that, now you send the proverbial foot up my ass and kick me out of the room.
Everyone say goodbye to Damo and say thank you. Thank you, Damo.
Bye, everyone. Have a great day.